The philosophy of René Descartes begins with his decision to doubt everything that can possibly be doubted because he wanted a foundation of knowledge so strong that no skepticism could destroy it. He noticed that the senses often mislead, like when distant objects appear smaller than they are, or when dreams convince us that unreal events are real. So he concluded that sensory knowledge cannot be the basis of certainty. He pushed doubt further by imagining that a powerful deceiver might exist, one capable of tricking him not only about sensory impressions, but even about mathematics and logic. Perhaps making 2 + 3 seem to equal 5, when in reality does not. This radical doubt stripped away every assumption until only one truth remained absolutely indubitable. If he is doubting, then he must exist as a thinking thing. From this arises the famous insight cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. This realization becomes the cornerstone of his philosophy because it cannot be denied. Even if a deceiver is tricking him, the very act of being tricked requires that he exists to be deceived. This truth is self-evident and needs no further proof. Descartes defines himself essentially as a res cogitans, a thinking substance whose essence is thought. By thought, he does not mean only reasoning, but also doubting, affirming, denying, imagining, willing, and sensing. Everything that happens within the mind falls under thought. With the cogito established, Descartes seeks to rebuild knowledge step by step with certainty. To do this, he needs to guarantee that clear and distinct ideas are trustworthy. He argues that whatever is perceived clearly and distinctly must be true because otherwise even reason itself would be unreliable, which would lead to total skepticism. To secure the validity of clear and distinct ideas, Descartes brings in the concept of God. He reasons that the idea of an infinite perfect being could not have been produced by a finite, imperfect mind like his. Therefore, such an idea must have been placed in him by an actual infinite perfect being, namely God. Furthermore, God by definition cannot be a deceiver because deception implies imperfection. If God is not a deceiver, then the clear and distinct ideas that come from him must be true. This guarantees that reason can be trusted. From here, Descartes begins to reconstruct the world. He argues that since God is perfect, he would not create humans with a natural tendency to be deceived about everything. Therefore, the external world must exist. Otherwise, humans would be fundamentally deceived by their senses. Yet, senses do not give perfect knowledge. They give practical information for survival. Only reason and mathematics give true knowledge of the essence of things. This leads to Descartes' famous dualism. He divides reality into 2 distinct substances: res cogitans, the thinking substance or mind, and res extensa, the extended substance or matter. Mind is unextended, indivisible, and conscious. Body is extended, divisible, and unconscious. The 2 are completely different in nature. The human being is a union of these 2 substances. But this creates the problem of interaction. How can an immaterial mind influence a material body? And how can a body affect a mind? Descartes suggests that the pineal gland in the brain serves as the point of interaction, though later critics found this explanation unsatisfying. Nevertheless, the dualistic framework became foundational in philosophy and influenced debates about consciousness for centuries. Descartes' philosophy also transformed science. He insists that physical phenomena must be explained by mathematics and mechanics. Instead of relying on final causes or Aristotelian qualities, he reduces matter to extension and motion. The universe is a vast machine governed by mathematical laws. Vortices of subtle matter explain planetary motion. Animals are described as automata, complex machines without true consciousness. Only humans possess minds and therefore true thought. This mechanistic view of nature helped launch modern science by encouraging explanations in terms of measurable quantities rather than hidden qualities. Yet Descartes also recognized the limitations of mechanistic science because while it can describe bodies, it cannot capture the inner life of thought. That is why he insisted on the separation of mind and body. His mathematical vision also extended to geometry. He invented analytic geometry by uniting algebra and geometry, creating a method to represent curves with equations. This innovation provided a powerful tool for mathematics and physics, enabling later advances by Newton and Leibniz. The unification of algebra and geometry mirrors his broader philosophical project of seeking unity of knowledge through reason. Descartes believed that if one applies his method of doubt, then proceeds step by step from the simplest truths, one can build an unshakable system of knowledge. His method has 4 rules. Accept nothing as true unless it is clear and distinct. Divide problems into parts. Proceed from simple to complex, and review thoroughly so nothing is omitted. This method shaped not only philosophy, but also scientific investigation. Still, his system raised objections. Critics questioned whether the proof of God is valid, since perhaps the idea of perfection could be constructed from experience rather than implanted by God. Others questioned whether clear and distinct ideas are truly guaranteed as true. The dualism between mind and body also faced criticism, because interaction seems impossible if they are so radically different. Later thinkers like Spinoza, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume challenged his conclusions, yet all engaged deeply with his ideas. Even Kant's critical philosophy emerges partly in response to Cartesian rationalism. Descartes' legacy is therefore not only in what he claimed, but also in the debates he provoked. After establishing the certainty of the cogito and the existence of God as a guarantor of truth, Descartes turns to the nature of the external world and the human body. He conceives the body purely in terms of mechanics, a machine made of matter in motion governed by physical laws. He compares the human body to automatons built in his own time, fountains with moving statues that react mechanically to water pressure, but infinitely more complex. For Descartes, the body is a highly elaborate machine designed by God. Yet in principle, its workings can be explained without reference to a soul. Nerves are like tubes, animal spirits are like subtle fluids circulating. Muscles are like pulleys and levers. This mechanistic physiology allows him to explain reflexes, heartbeat, digestion, and many bodily functions. But the mind, being immaterial, cannot be explained this way. The union of mind and body creates a unique problem because while the mind is indivisible and conscious, the body is divisible and extended. The challenge is to account for sensation and voluntary motion. Descartes argues that sensations arise when motions in the body stimulate the pineal gland, which then interacts with the mind. Likewise, when the mind wills to move the body, it somehow influences the pineal gland, producing corresponding bodily motions. Although this pineal gland hypothesis later lost credibility, it shows Descartes' attempt to connect immaterial thought with physical processes. Beyond physiology, Descartes also analyzes perception. He believes that sensory ideas do not resemble the external objects themselves, but are modes of thought caused by the body. For example, when we see color, what exists outside is not the color itself, but only the arrangement of particles and motions in the world, which the mind interprets as color. Thus, secondary qualities like color, taste, and sound are not in the objects, but in our perceptions, while primary qualities like extension, shape, and motion belong to matter itself. This distinction influenced later philosophers such as Locke. Descartes also maintains that while senses are not perfectly reliable, they serve survival, guiding us toward what is beneficial and away from harm. Pain, for instance, is a signal of danger to the body, not necessarily an accurate description of the external world. The real essence of matter is extension in length, breadth, and depth. Nothing else belongs essentially to matter. By contrast, the essence of mind is thought. This sharp division builds the framework of Cartesian dualism. Another important theme is freedom of the will. Descartes regards human will as unlimited compared to our finite understanding. We can affirm, deny, choose, or refuse beyond the limits of what we clearly and distinctly perceive. Error arises when the will affirms something not sufficiently understood. If the will were restrained only to what is clear and distinct, humans would never fall into error. This shows both the greatness and the danger of free will. It reflects God's infinite nature because will is unlimited, but in us it leads to mistakes when misapplied. Descartes' philosophy of knowledge depends heavily on this distinction between intellect and will. Intellect presents ideas, but will judges. By disciplining the will, by withholding assent until clarity is reached, the thinker avoids error. This moral discipline of the mind is central to his method. His philosophy also contains a moral dimension less often noticed. In his work, The Passions of the Soul, he explores human emotions. He considers passions as perceptions, sensations, or emotions that belong specifically to the soul but are caused by movements of the body. Joy, sadness, love, hate, desire, all are passions. He does not dismiss them, but seeks to understand them as part of human nature. By understanding passions, the rational mind can regulate them, using reason to direct life toward virtue and tranquility. Descartes emphasizes the importance of generosity, a state of mind in which one values freedom and self-mastery. Generosity arises when one knows that nothing truly belongs to oneself except free will, and therefore one does not depend on external things for happiness. This moral teaching complements his metaphysics, showing that reason not only builds science but also guides conduct. The influence of Descartes' metaphysics spreads beyond philosophy into mathematics and physics. His analytic geometry reshaped mathematics by allowing curves to be represented with algebraic equations. This innovation made possible the later development of calculus. His physics attempted to explain natural phenomena through vortices and mechanical principles. Though his specific theories of vortices were later replaced by Newtonian gravitation, his insistence that physical events must be explained mechanistically helped set the stage for modern science. He rejected the scholastic explanations based on forms and qualities. For Descartes, matter has no hidden essences, only extension, motion, and mathematical relations. Nature is transparent to reason once understood in mathematical terms. Even the human body is part of this mechanistic system. What makes humans unique is the rational soul, capable of thought, reflection, and freedom. Descartes' vision of philosophy is also deeply methodical. He lays out rules for guiding thought. Never accept anything as true without clear evidence. Divide difficulties into as many parts as possible. Move from the simple to the complex, and make reviews so complete that nothing is left out. These rules aim to bring the rigor of mathematics into all fields of inquiry. His project is not merely theoretical, but practical. He wants humans to become masters and possessors of nature, using science to improve life, conquer illness, and increase well-being. Yet he balances this ambition with caution, recognizing the need for moral guidance. The legacy of Descartes is therefore double-edged. On one hand, he inspires confidence in human reason, autonomy, and science. On the other hand, his dualism introduces puzzles about mind and body, leading to centuries of debate. Philosophers like Malebranche, Spinoza, and Leibniz proposed different solutions: occasionalism, monism, and pre-established harmony. Empiricists like Locke, Berkeley, and Hume challenge the reliance on innate ideas and emphasize experience instead. Kant later synthesizes elements of both rationalism and empiricism, but still under the shadow of Descartes' project. Even in contemporary philosophy of mind, Cartesian dualism remains a point of reference, whether accepted, modified, or rejected. The very questions of consciousness, self, and the relation between thought and matter owe much to the framework Descartes set. His philosophy remains a foundation stone of modern thought, shaping the way humans understand themselves, their minds, the universe. Another vital aspect of Descartes' philosophy is his understanding of knowledge in relation to mathematics and clarity. He constantly compares philosophy to geometry because geometry builds truths step by step with certainty, each conclusion following necessarily from definitions and axioms. In the same way, he believes philosophy should start with self-evident truths such as the cogito, and from there construct a system of knowledge where each step is justified by reason. This geometric model reflects his ambition to give philosophy the same certainty that mathematics already enjoys. He sees algebraic reasoning as a universal method that can, in principle, apply to every problem, just as equations can be solved systematically. So can philosophical questions be resolved by applying the method of doubt, analysis, and synthesis. This idea anticipates later attempts to formalize logic and scientific method. His confidence in reason is immense. While the senses may mislead, reason illuminated by God's guarantee cannot fail when it grasps clear and distinct ideas. In his view, the mind has innate ideas, not derived from experience, but present by nature. Examples include the idea of God, the idea of substance, and basic mathematical notions like extension and number. These innate ideas serve as the foundation of rational knowledge. Descartes distinguishes them from adventitious ideas, which come from experience, and factitious ideas, which are invented by imagination. The innate ideas are the most important because they provide certainty. Experience alone cannot provide universality or necessity, but reason can. For example, we know with certainty that 2 + 3 = 5 independently of experience. No matter what sensory impressions we encounter, mathematical truths remain necessary and universal. This conviction drives his rationalism and sets him apart from empiricists. His approach to the natural sciences reflects the same principle. He holds that physical explanations must be reducible to simple mechanical principles and expressed mathematically. Heat is explained by the motion of particles, sound by vibrations, light by pressure transmitted through a subtle medium. He rejects the Aristotelian concept of final causes, which seek purpose in natural things, insisting instead that science must focus on efficient causes and measurable mechanisms. To him, the world is like a clock whose workings can be explained entirely by the arrangement and movement of its parts. This mechanistic worldview empowers humans to manipulate and control nature by understanding its laws. Yet Descartes recognizes that despite this mechanistic framework, humans cannot be reduced to machines because of the reality of thought and consciousness. Machines, no matter how complex, cannot use true language with understanding or act from reason. Only beings with rational souls, namely humans, can do that. Therefore, while animals are machines, humans are fundamentally different. This distinction has profound implications for ethics and psychology. It implies that animals lack genuine thought or moral responsibility, a view that influenced later debates on animal consciousness. Turning to metaphysics, Descartes' proof of God deserves closer examination. He presents several arguments. One is causal. The idea of an infinite perfect being must have a cause. And since Descartes is finite and imperfect, he cannot be the cause. Therefore, God exists as the only adequate cause of the idea. Another argument is ontological. Existence belongs to the essence of a supremely perfect being, just as having 3 angles belongs to the essence of a triangle. To deny God's existence would be like denying that mountains have valleys. These arguments attracted criticism. Many questioned whether the idea of God truly requires God's existence, or whether the ontological argument assumes what it seeks to prove. Yet for Descartes, these arguments are essential, because without God's existence, the trustworthiness of clear and distinct ideas would collapse, and skepticism would return. With God established, Descartes affirms the possibility of certain knowledge of the external world. The external world is not known directly, but through ideas in the mind. Yet because God is no deceiver, these ideas reliably represent reality when they are clear and distinct. This allows science to proceed with confidence. His philosophy of mind also includes important insights into introspection. Because the mind is known more certainly than the body, Descartes reverses the traditional order of knowledge. Whereas Aristotle and the scholastics began with sense experience and moved toward the soul, Descartes begins with the self as thinking being and then reconstructs the external world. This inward turn profoundly influenced modern philosophy, shaping later thinkers such as Locke, Berkeley, Hume, and Kant. The very notion of subjectivity, of the mind as the primary arena of certainty, owes much to Descartes. In ethics, although Descartes wrote less systematically, his reflections on passions and generosity show a Stoic influence. He aims for a life governed by reason, free from the domination of unruly emotions. He counsels regulating passions by understanding their causes, not by trying to extinguish them completely. For instance, fear arises from the perception of danger, desire from the perception of something beneficial. By analyzing passions, reason can moderate them and direct the will toward virtuous action. Generosity for him is the recognition that true worth lies in the good use of free will. This gives a person independence from fortune, external possessions, and even the opinions of others. Such a person acts from reason, not from servile dependence. In this moral vision, Descartes unites metaphysics, psychology, and ethics, showing that rational self-mastery is the key to human flourishing. His influence continues not only in philosophy, but also in the sciences and humanities. The Cartesian emphasis on method inspired the rise of modern scientific inquiry. His mechanistic model of nature paved the way for physics, biology, and medicine to develop in new directions. His dualism provoked centuries of debate about the mind-body problem. Even today, discussions of artificial intelligence, consciousness, and neuroscience grapple with Cartesian questions. What is the relation between thought and matter? Can consciousness be reduced to brain processes, or is it something irreducible? These debates trace back to Descartes' sharp division between mind and body. His rationalism also shaped debates about the sources of knowledge. Empiricists challenged his reliance on innate ideas, but his insistence on reason's independence remains influential. The enduring fascination with Descartes arises from both the boldness of his system and the difficulties it raises. His project of building indubitable knowledge inspired admiration, while his dualism and proofs of God invited criticism. Yet philosophy after Descartes cannot ignore him because he set the agenda for modern thought, in addition to his metaphysics and method. Descartes' conception of science deserves further detail because it reveals how he intended to reshape human understanding of nature. For him, the study of nature must abandon appeals to hidden essences and qualities that cannot be measured. Instead, it must be grounded in mathematics, because mathematics alone provides certainty and universality. His analytic geometry was not only a mathematical breakthrough, but also a model for the structure of knowledge. Just as curves can be expressed as equations and solved systematically, so natural phenomena should be expressed in terms of measurable magnitudes, motion, and extension. He therefore proposed that the entire material universe is composed of matter uniformly extended in space, without void, without atoms of different natures. Simply one kind of stuff, differentiated only by size, shape, and motion. This is a radical departure from Aristotelian physics, which saw elements like earth, water, air, and fire as fundamentally different. Descartes unifies them under one principle: all matter is extension. This move clears the way for mechanistic explanations. For example, fire is not an element but rapid motion of particles. Light is not a mysterious quality but a pressure transmitted through subtle matter. And magnetism is not an occult property but the circulation of tiny particles in vortices. Although his specific accounts often proved incorrect, the principle that all natural phenomena should be explained mechanically and mathematically was revolutionary. It turned science away from qualitative speculation and toward quantitative modeling. In medicine, Descartes applies the same mechanistic approach. He treats the human body as a machine whose functions can be explained without reference to a soul. Circulation, digestion, muscle contraction, reflexes, all these can be explained in terms of fluids, nerves, and mechanical interactions. He even dissected animals to study anatomy, reasoning that the mechanisms are similar. Yet he carefully separates this mechanistic body from the rational mind, which cannot be reduced to machinery. Thus, his philosophy simultaneously reduces and elevates humanity. The body is mechanical like an animal's, but the mind is divine-like, a spark of thought beyond matter. This dualism has profound consequences for how humans see themselves. It creates a hierarchy where rationality defines human essence. This perspective influenced later ideas of human dignity, autonomy, and the special status of rational beings. But it also justified treating animals as mere machines devoid of consciousness. Another crucial point is Descartes' epistemology concerning clear and distinct perception. He insists that what is perceived clearly and distinctly cannot be false. For instance, when one contemplates a triangle, the truth that its interior angles equal to right angles appears with clarity and distinctness. Such truths cannot be doubted. The guarantee comes from God's non-deceptive nature. Without God, even clear and distinct ideas could be doubted because one could imagine an evil demon deceiving us. With God, certainty is restored. This framework has a circular appearance that critics pointed out. Descartes proves God's existence based on clear and distinct ideas, yet relies on God to guarantee the truth of clear and distinct ideas. This so-called Cartesian circle became a central issue. Nevertheless, Descartes believed the self-evidence of the cogito and the divine guarantee together provided a stable foundation. Another aspect of his thought is his emphasis on method over doctrine. In his discourse on method, he presents the story of his intellectual journey and lays down the rules for guiding reason. The work reflects a spirit of intellectual independence. He rejects tradition and authority as foundations of truth. Instead, each individual must use reason, applying doubt, analysis, and systematic reconstruction. This ethos of autonomy became central to modern philosophy, encouraging individuals to think for themselves rather than rely on scholastic authorities. It also resonates with the emerging spirit of scientific inquiry in the 17th century, which sought experimental and mathematical evidence rather than appeal to tradition. Descartes' method thus embodies the modern attitude of self-reliance in thought. His writings also reveal a careful balance between radical ideas and caution. Living in a time when philosophical and scientific claims could provoke religious censure, Descartes often wrote cautiously, framing his ideas to avoid conflict with the Church. Yet his ideas nonetheless challenged scholastic theology, particularly his mechanistic physics and his treatment of animals. His dualism preserved a role for the soul, aligning somewhat with religious doctrine, but his mechanistic universe undermined the Aristotelian cosmology, long tied to theology. The reception of his work shows this tension, admired by many for its clarity and boldness, condemned by others as dangerous. Despite controversies, his influence spread rapidly across Europe, shaping philosophy, mathematics, and science. Another theme worth expanding is his vision of human progress. Descartes explicitly states that the aim of his philosophy is practical, to make humans masters and possessors of nature. He envisions applying science to extend life, cure disease, and improve conditions. This practical orientation distinguishes him from purely speculative philosophy. He wants philosophy to serve humanity, to use knowledge to transform life. This ambition anticipates the modern scientific project, where knowledge and technology go hand in hand. Yet he tempers this with moral reflection. In his provisional morality, which he adopted while working out his system, he laid down simple maxims: to obey the laws and customs of his country, to be firm and resolute in action, to conquer himself rather than fortune, and to seek the best possible life by cultivating reason. These rules provided stability while he pursued philosophical certainty. They show his awareness that in practical life, one cannot suspend judgment endlessly. Action requires commitment even amid doubt. Thus, he distinguishes between theoretical doubt, which is radical and universal, and practical conduct, which must rely on probable beliefs until certainty is achieved. This balance of skepticism and action illustrates his pragmatism. His reflections on passions add depth to his moral philosophy. He analyzes love, hate, desire, joy, and sadness as movements of the soul closely tied to bodily changes. By understanding their causes, the rational soul can moderate their effects. For example, fear can be moderated by recognizing its bodily basis and by judging whether the danger is real. Descartes does not call for elimination of passions, but for their regulation. They can be useful when guided by reason, motivating, virtuous action. His concept of generosity as the supreme virtue captures this. Generosity is not pride, but the recognition that the only true possession is free will and that it should be used rightly. Such a person respects others' freedom, acts with firmness, and maintains inner independence. In this way, Descartes' ethics complements his metaphysics. Just as reason gives certainty in knowledge, reason gives mastery in life. The Cartesian project also carries profound implications for theology and metaphysical freedom. Descartes situates human freedom at the very heart of the relation between God and man. While God is the guarantor of truth and the source of existence, man mirrors God in possessing a free will that is, in a sense, unlimited. Although human understanding is finite, our capacity to will is boundless because we can affirm or deny anything we choose. This freedom is a likeness of the divine infinity. Yet, because our intellect is limited, error occurs when we extend the will beyond what the intellect perceives clearly and distinctly. Thus, the proper use of freedom is to withhold judgment until clarity is achieved. By following this discipline, the human mind participates in divine truth and avoids error. In this way, Descartes connects metaphysics to moral responsibility, showing that intellectual error is not merely a cognitive mistake, but also a misuse of freedom. His emphasis on the responsibility of the will and judgment anticipates later existential concerns about human freedom and responsibility. At the same time, his conception of God as a perfect being raises questions about determinism. If God created everything and sustains every moment of existence, how can human freedom be genuine? Descartes attempts to resolve this by distinguishing between God's infinite perspective and our finite perspective. From God's standpoint, everything is predetermined. But from our standpoint, choices are free because we act according to our own will without compulsion. This tension between divine providence and human freedom remains unresolved but illustrates the depth of Cartesian metaphysics. Another important aspect is Descartes' treatment of error and truth. He emphasizes that error is not a positive reality but a privation, a lack of proper coordination between will and intellect. God cannot be the author of error because error is not a real thing, but a defect arising from misuse of human freedom. This preserves divine perfection while accounting for human fallibility. It also highlights the importance of intellectual discipline. Philosophy is not just discovery of truths, but also the cultivation of intellectual virtue, the training of the will to assent only when clarity is present. In this sense, Descartes is not only a metaphysician, but also a moralist of thought. His method is a form of asceticism of the mind, cleansing it of prejudice and haste in order to achieve purity of judgment. His influence extends even into psychology and theories of emotion. In The Passions of the Soul, he provides a mechanistic account of how bodily states affect the soul. He describes how external objects act on the senses, transmit motions to the nerves, which then move the animal spirits in the brain and finally influence the soul through the pineal gland. This physiological chain shows his attempt to integrate mind and body within a single explanatory framework. At the same time, he acknowledges the unique power of the soul to regulate passions through reason. Passions are not to be eliminated, but understood and governed. This anticipates modern psychology's approach to emotion as something to be analyzed and managed rather than suppressed. His classification of 6 primitive passions, wonder, love, hatred, desire, joy, and sadness, provides a systematic framework that later thinkers expanded. The focus on wonder as a basic passion reveals his appreciation for curiosity and openness, qualities central to philosophical inquiry. Another significant contribution is his provisional moral code, which he formulated to guide his life while pursuing truth. The first maxim is to obey the laws and customs of his country, holding firmly to the religion in which he was brought up. This provided social stability and avoided conflict while he engaged in private inquiry. The second maxim is to be firm and resolute in action, imitating those who act decisively rather than hesitating. The third maxim is to conquer himself rather than fortune, changing his desires rather than the order of the world, thus achieving inner contentment. The fourth maxim is to devote his life to cultivating reason and advancing knowledge. These maxims show his practical wisdom, balancing radical doubt with everyday stability. They illustrate how one can live prudently while seeking philosophical certainty. This combination of skepticism in theory and prudence in practice makes Descartes a model of intellectual courage tempered by practical wisdom. His philosophy also resonates with political and cultural changes of his time. The 17th century witnessed the decline of scholastic Aristotelianism and the rise of new science. Descartes embodies this transition. He challenges scholastic categories, rejects appeals to tradition, and embraces mathematical explanation. He lives in an age of religious conflict and censorship, which explains his caution and provisional morality. His emphasis on individual reason reflects the broader cultural movement toward autonomy and modernity. In this sense, Descartes is not only a philosopher, but also a symbol of the birth of the modern spirit. His dualism, while problematic, set the agenda for subsequent philosophy of mind. The problem of interaction, the status of consciousness, the possibility of mechanistic explanation of thought, these issues continue today. Neuroscience seeks to explain mental phenomena in terms of brain processes, echoing the Cartesian challenge of uniting mind and body. Artificial intelligence raises the question whether machines can truly think or whether thought requires immaterial mind, another Cartesian legacy. Even the concept of subjectivity, the turn inward to the self as the foundation of certainty, originates from Descartes. Modern philosophy of consciousness, personal identity, and phenomenology are indebted to his initial insight. His rationalism also shaped debates about knowledge. The empiricists opposed his claim to innate ideas, arguing that the mind is a blank slate. Yet even their opposition presupposes his framework. Without Descartes' insistence on innate ideas and reason's independence, the empiricist response would lack its target. Thus, rationalism and empiricism define themselves in relation to him. His influence also extends into metaphysical debates about substance. His definition of substance as that which exists independently inspired later systems. Spinoza reinterpreted substance as one infinite reality, while Leibniz introduced monads as simple substances. Each of these is a development of Cartesian thought. Therefore, Descartes is the fountainhead of modern metaphysics. His clarity of style also contributed to his influence. Unlike many scholastics who wrote in technical Latin, Descartes wrote works like the Discourse on Method in French, reaching a wider audience. His writing combines precision with accessibility, making his philosophy influential not only among scholars but also among educated laypeople. His method appealed to the spirit of the age, promising certainty, progress, and mastery of nature. This explains why his thoughts spread so rapidly across Europe, despite controversies. The enduring power of his philosophy lies in this combination of rigor, clarity, and ambition. One of the most striking aspects of Descartes' philosophy is the way it transforms skepticism from a threat into a foundation. Ancient skeptics doubted the possibility of certain knowledge, suspending judgment on everything. Descartes adopts their doubt but uses it methodically, not as an endpoint but as a tool. By doubting everything, he discovers the one indubitable truth of the cogito. Thus, skepticism becomes the gateway to certainty rather than its enemy. This transformation is crucial for modern philosophy because it shows that radical questioning can lead not to despair but to a secure foundation. The cogito is not just a statement about existence but also about self-awareness. It reveals that the act of thinking is inseparable from being. It inaugurates the modern conception of the subject, where consciousness is the ground of all knowledge. From this foundation, Descartes builds outward, first securing God, then the external world, and finally, science. The order of discovery is reversed from traditional philosophy. Instead of starting with the world and moving to the soul, he starts with the self and then reconstructs the world. This inward turn is what many consider the beginning of modern philosophy. It shifts the focus from objective essences to subjective certainty. The modern notion of epistemology, the theory of knowledge, begins here. Another important dimension of Descartes' thought is his view of mathematics as the language of nature. He believes that the certainty of mathematics can be extended to all domains if the proper method is applied. This conviction drives his project of universal science, where philosophy, physics, and even medicine can be rebuilt on mathematical foundations. His analytic geometry is an example of this unification, combining algebra and geometry into a single system. The Cartesian coordinate system allows curves and spaces to be described algebraically, a tool indispensable for later developments. In physics, this shows the deep unity between his philosophy and his mathematics. For him, mathematics is not just a discipline, but a model of reason itself. His physics reflects this conviction, reducing natural phenomena to extension and motion. He rejects Aristotelian qualities such as heaviness or dryness, which are unmeasurable, and replaces them with quantitative descriptions. For example, instead of saying that fire rises because its nature is light, he explains it in terms of the motion of particles. This mechanistic approach revolutionizes science, even though many of his specific explanations proved false. His theory of vortices, where celestial bodies are carried by whirlpools of subtle matter, was eventually disproved, but it represented an attempt to explain the heavens mechanically rather than teleologically. His insistence on mathematical lawfulness paved the way for Newton's work. In biology, his view of animals as machines also reflects his mechanistic approach. He describes animals as complex automata without consciousness. Their cries of pain, for him, are like the squeaking of gears. Only humans, endowed with rational souls, possess genuine thought and consciousness. This view had both liberating and troubling implications. It freed biology from animistic explanations, but also justified the instrumental treatment of animals. The debate about animal consciousness that continues today has its roots in Cartesian philosophy. His dualism raises the profound problem of interaction. If mind and body are completely distinct substances, how can they interact? The mind is immaterial and the body is material. There seems to be no bridge. Descartes' solution: locating. Interaction at the pineal gland appears unsatisfactory. Critics like Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia pressed him on this issue, pointing out that interaction requires a common medium. This problem haunted subsequent philosophy. Some, like Malebranche, proposed occasionalism, where God intervenes to coordinate mind and body. Leibniz suggested pre-established harmony, where mind and body run in parallel without direct interaction. Spinoza denied the dualism altogether, reducing mind and body to two attributes of one substance. Thus, Descartes' dualism, though problematic, generated new philosophical systems. In epistemology, his reliance on innate ideas also provoked debate. Empiricists argued that all knowledge comes from experience, that the mind at birth is a blank slate. Locke rejected innate ideas, Berkeley denied material substance, and Hume questioned causality itself. These challenges defined modern philosophy. Yet even when rejected, Descartes' ideas remained the point of departure. Without his rationalist project, empiricism would not have defined itself in opposition. In this way, Descartes shaped the trajectory of philosophy for centuries. His influence also extends to the concept of selfhood. By grounding certainty in the thinking self, he created a new sense of individual autonomy. The self is no longer embedded in a cosmic order as in Aristotelian thought, but stands as the foundation of knowledge. This emphasis on subjectivity prepared the way for later developments in philosophy of consciousness and existentialism. Even the modern notion of rights and autonomy owes something to the Cartesian conception of the self as independent and free. His philosophy also raises enduring theological issues. By proving God's existence through reason, he sought to secure the foundation of knowledge. Yet this rational proof of God also shifts theology into the domain of philosophy, subjecting it to rational scrutiny. This rationalization of theology reflects the broader movement of the scientific revolution, where faith and reason were being renegotiated. Descartes tries to reconcile them by preserving God as the guarantor of truth while grounding the method in reason. This delicate balance influenced later thinkers in both theology and philosophy. His project embodies both bold rationalism and cautious religiosity. He wanted philosophy to be autonomous, yet not in conflict with faith. This dual ambition marks much of modern philosophy. Another element is his practical orientation. While his metaphysics and method are abstract, he always connects them to the improvement of human life. He envisions science conquering disease, extending life, and providing comfort. He hopes philosophy can guide morality and cultivate virtue. His provisional morality shows that he is not merely an abstract thinker, but also a man of practical wisdom, aware of the need for guidance in everyday life while philosophical certainty is still being sought. His reflections on passions illustrate this practical concern, seeking to help humans regulate emotions through reason. Thus, his philosophy aims at both truth and well-being. It is comprehensive, spanning metaphysics, epistemology, science, ethics, and psychology. This ambition to unify knowledge is another hallmark of his thought. He sought not partial insights, but a complete system. Though unfinished, his project represents the aspiration of reason to master all domains. The scope of Descartes' thought also includes a radical transformation of metaphysical categories that had dominated philosophy since antiquity. He deliberately abandons Aristotelian substance theory in favor of a simpler dualism of mind and body. And within this framework, matter is reduced to extension while mind is reduced to thought. This reduction is not merely definitional, but structural. because it attempts to capture the essence of reality in its most simple terms. Extension is the property by which matter occupies space and is measurable. Thought is the property by which mind perceives, wills, imagines, and reasons. These two categories are complete and exclusive. There is nothing material that thinks, and nothing thinking that is extended. This radical simplification eliminates the need for the Aristotelian apparatus of form and matter, substantial forms, and accidental qualities, and instead introduces a clear dichotomy that shaped the metaphysical imagination of the modern era. The clarity of this system also explains its appeal. It offers a clean division of reality into two fundamental types of being, which allows for clear rules of explanation. For physical things, one must use extension, motion, and mechanical laws. For mental things, one must use thought, ideas, and rational analysis. Yet this clarity generates the difficulty of explaining interaction between mind and body, which becomes the central problem of Cartesianism. Critics argue that if mind is not extended, it cannot push or move anything in space, and if body is not thinking, it cannot enter the domain of consciousness. Descartes insists that union of mind and body is known directly by experience, for instance, in sensations of pain, hunger, or desire. But this appeal to lived experience does not resolve the theoretical tension, and later, philosophers exploited this tension either to modify or reject Cartesian dualism. In psychology, Descartes' account of the passions reveals how he sought to understand human emotional life mechanistically while still acknowledging the role of reason. He treats passions as movements of the animal spirits, subtle fluids flowing through the nerves and affecting the pineal gland. From there, the soul experiences emotions such as fear, love, hatred, joy, and sadness. These passions have physiological causes, yet reason can regulate them by forming habits and judgments. His analysis anticipates modern theories of psychosomatic interaction, showing how bodily states and mental states are intertwined. Even though his physiology was speculative, the idea that emotions are bodily signals interpreted by the mind remains powerful in cognitive science. His practical aim was to help people achieve mastery over their passions, not by suppressing them entirely, but by guiding them through rational understanding. The Stoic influence is visible here, as he recommends cultivating moderation, resilience, and detachment from destructive emotions. Another essential aspect of Descartes' system is his conception of God as the guarantor of clear and distinct perceptions. He believes that human beings are finite and fallible, yet endowed with a natural light of reason. But without assurance that this reason corresponds to truth, skepticism would persist. The existence of a benevolent God, who is not a deceiver, ensures that clear and distinct ideas are reliable. God's perfection guarantees the trustworthiness of reason. This theological grounding of epistemology is central to Cartesian thought. Without it, his entire system collapses, because the bridge from subjective certainty to objective truth requires divine assurance. This interdependence between theology and epistemology distinguishes Descartes from later secular rationalists, who sought to secure knowledge without recourse to God, yet it also shows the transitional character of his philosophy. It belongs both to medieval traditions where God underwrites truth, and to modern traditions where reason claims autonomy. Descartes stands at this crossroads, integrating both dimensions. In ethics, Descartes' provisional morality deserves further attention. It consists of 4 maxims. First, to obey the laws and customs of one's country, holding to the most moderate opinions. Second, to be as firm and decisive in actions as possible once a resolution is made. Third, to try to master oneself rather than fortune, changing desires rather than the order of the world. Fourth, to choose the best occupation possible, namely, cultivating reason and truth. These rules are meant as temporary guidance while seeking certainty, yet they reveal a stoic and pragmatic spirit. They emphasize moderation, constancy, self-mastery, and dedication to knowledge. In practice, they represent a code of conduct that aligns with his broader project of rational autonomy. In medicine and physiology, Descartes also advanced bold hypotheses. He dissected animals, studied circulation, and speculated on reflexes. He introduced the idea that bodily functions could be explained mechanically, without invoking vital spirits in the Aristotelian sense. His model of the heart as a pump, his description of nerves as conduits of animal spirits, and his mechanistic model of digestion and respiration foreshadow modern physiology. Although much of his biology was inaccurate, his insistence on mechanistic explanation advanced the scientific method. His dualism, however, limited his understanding of human physiology, since he denied that animals had souls. His physiology excluded consciousness from the animal kingdom, yet ironically, his mechanistic models of animal behavior were more accurate than his account of human body-soul interaction. In mathematics, Descartes' achievements transformed geometry. He introduced analytic methods that allowed curves to be expressed by equations, and equations to be visualized as curves. This innovation not only unified algebra and geometry, but also provided the foundation for calculus and modern physics. The Cartesian coordinate system remains a universal tool in mathematics, representing one of the most enduring contributions of his genius. It embodies his conviction that clarity, order, and structure can reduce complex phenomena to simple principles and calculable relations. In physics, his vortex theory, though ultimately incorrect, was an attempt to explain celestial mechanics without occult qualities or teleology. It illustrates his commitment to mechanical causation as the basis of science. He proposed that planets move in whirlpools of subtle matter filling space, a hypothesis that was later replaced by Newton's theory of gravity. Yet his emphasis on conservation of motion and mechanical laws influenced the development of classical mechanics. Even where he erred, his errors were fruitful because they framed problems in ways that inspired successors. His intellectual courage lay in attempting comprehensive explanations rather than piecemeal descriptions. Another enduring theme in Descartes is method. His 4 rules of method include accepting only what is indubitable, dividing problems into parts, proceeding from the simple to the complex, and reviewing to ensure completeness. These rules embody intellectual discipline. They guard against haste, prejudice, and confusion. They encourage clarity, rigor, and systematic progress. They became foundational for modern scientific reasoning by offering a model of analysis that could be applied universally. From mathematics to philosophy to natural science, his method is not a collection of arbitrary rules, but an expression of his rationalist vision that truth is attainable by reason if approached carefully and systematically. The simplicity and universality of these rules explain their enduring appeal and their influence on Enlightenment thought. In sum, the richness of Descartes' philosophy lies in its unity of vision across metaphysics, epistemology, science, ethics, and mathematics. It is not a set of isolated doctrines, but a systematic attempt to reconstruct knowledge on a foundation of certainty. His thought remains both a monument and a provocation. It inspires admiration for its clarity and ambition, and invites critique for its limitations and tensions. His legacy lies in the problems he created as much as in the solutions he offered. The dualism of Descartes not only shaped metaphysical discussions, but also influenced debates about personal identity. Because if the mind is distinct from the body, then continuity of self depends not on material persistence, but on the continuity of consciousness and thought. This view elevates the mind as the essence of the person and anticipates later debates about whether personal identity resides in memory, in consciousness, or in some deeper metaphysical substance. Descartes anchors identity in the res cogitans, the thinking substance that persists even when bodily states change. Thus, illness, injury, or bodily alteration do not erase the self, because the core of selfhood lies in the soul. This idea carries ethical consequences because it implies the dignity of human beings lies in their rational and thinking nature, not in their physical form. It also justifies treating animals as machines, since they lack rational souls and, therefore, lack genuine consciousness. This conclusion has been one of the most controversial aspects of Cartesian philosophy, because it denies moral standing to animals and legitimizes vivisection for scientific purposes. Critics have argued that this mechanistic view of animals underestimates their capacity for suffering and leads to ethical blind spots. Yet within the Cartesian framework, it is consistent because all genuine consciousness belongs only to the human soul and not to animal bodies. Further ramifications of his metaphysics appear in theology, because Descartes' proofs for God reflect his rationalist method. One proof is the ontological argument, which claims that existence is contained in the idea of a perfect being. Just as the essence of a triangle contains the property that its angles equal to right angles. This proof is controversial, because it appears to define God into existence, yet Descartes maintains that the idea of perfection entails necessary existence. Another proof comes from the causal principle that an effect cannot contain more reality than its cause. Since he finds in himself the idea of infinity, which he as a finite being cannot generate, it must have been placed there by an infinite cause, namely God. These arguments continue the scholastic tradition, yet they are rephrased in the language of clarity and distinctness. And they serve not only as theological proofs, but as epistemological guarantees. For without God's existence, the bridge from subjective certainty to objective truth collapses. In the realm of physics, Descartes' mechanistic principles led him to deny the possibility of vacuum. He held that extension is identical with matter, so wherever there is extension, there is matter. This doctrine, known as plenism, rejects the void, because the concept of extension without substance is contradictory. For Descartes, motion occurs within a plenum of matter, which constantly circulates and transmits motion through contact. This contrasts with Newtonian physics, which allows for void in action at a distance. In optics, Descartes contributed significantly. He explained reflection and refraction by mechanical principles, and his law of refraction, though discovered independently by Snell, became widely known through Descartes' work. He explained the rainbow by analyzing how light refracts and reflects inside raindrops, offering one of the earliest correct physical accounts of the phenomenon. This exemplifies his method of reducing natural phenomena to mechanical interactions without appeal to qualities or occult powers. In psychology and philosophy of mind, Descartes' influence remains foundational, because his problem of mind-body interaction set the stage for centuries of debate. Later thinkers attempted various solutions: occasionalism in Malebranche, where God mediates all interactions; parallelism in Leibniz, where mind and body run in harmony without causal contact; materialism in Hobbes and later mechanists who reduced mind to matter. All of these responses show how Descartes' sharp distinction forced philosophy to confront the problem of consciousness in new terms. He did not resolve the problem, but he articulated it with such clarity that it defined the agenda for modern philosophy. His treatment of error also reflects his system. He argues that error arises from the disproportion between will and intellect. The intellect is finite and limited to what it clearly and distinctly perceives, but the will is infinite, able to affirm or deny even what is obscure or confused. When the will ascends beyond what the intellect perceives clearly, error occurs. Thus, the source of error is not God, but human misuse of freedom. This account integrates epistemology and ethics because it places responsibility for truth and error on the proper use of free will. It portrays the human being as free but accountable, rational but fallible, guided by divine light but capable of misjudgment. In ethics, this leads to the cultivation of intellectual humility. One should withhold judgment when clarity is lacking and affirm only when evidence is sufficient. This ethical rationalism aligns with his provisional morality. By emphasizing discipline and moderation in judgment, just as in action. Another domain where Descartes' thought proved transformative is medicine. Because by seeking mechanical explanations for bodily functions, he challenged Galenic doctrines of humors and vital forces. He anticipated the modern approach of viewing the body as a complex system of interacting parts governed by physical laws. Though his physiology contained errors, his method opened the way for empirical investigation, liberated from scholastic authority. In mathematics, his analytic geometry provided a universal language for describing curves, surfaces, and spatial relations. It allowed mathematicians to translate problems into algebraic equations, thereby facilitating solutions that were impossible. In purely geometric terms, this invention, more than any other, shows how Descartes' rationalism was not abstract speculation, but a practical tool for scientific discovery. In astronomy, his rejection of empty space and insistence on vortices limited his model. But his mechanical cosmology nonetheless advanced the idea that the universe could be explained without teleology or divine intervention in its structure, even though he invoked God to guarantee its existence. His physics presented a closed system governed by laws of motion and conservation, anticipating the mechanistic universe of the Enlightenment. The cultural legacy of Descartes extends beyond philosophy and science. He became a symbol of rational modernity. His phrase cogito ergo sum has entered common discourse as the emblem of certainty. His insistence on method and clarity became guiding ideals for the Enlightenment. Yet his philosophy also provoked strong resistance, particularly from empiricists who argued that experience, not innate ideas, is the foundation of knowledge. Locke, Berkeley, and Hume all defined their positions in opposition to Cartesian rationalism. This dialectic between rationalism and empiricism defined modern philosophy and continues to resonate in contemporary debates about the sources of knowledge. The tension between Descartes' metaphysics and his science also illustrates the complexity of his legacy. His metaphysical dualism sought certainty, while his scientific practice often involved hypotheses and approximations. His physics turned out to be less successful than his metaphysics, while his metaphysics created problems that continue to trouble philosophy. Yet this very mixture of brilliance and difficulty defines his enduring relevance, because he exemplifies both the power and the limits of rationalism. The Cartesian project must also be understood against the background of the intellectual climate of the 17th century. Because it arose in an era when traditional Aristotelian scholasticism dominated universities, yet new scientific discoveries were undermining its authority. Descartes positioned himself as a reformer who sought not to preserve the scholastic synthesis, but to replace it with a new foundation grounded in reason and mathematics. He rejected the reliance on authority and tradition that characterized scholastic disputation and instead called for a universal method modeled on mathematics, where each step follows with clarity from self-evident principles. His insistence on clarity and distinctness as the mark of truth echoes the geometric ideal and reflects his aspiration to establish philosophy on the model of mathematical science. This aspiration marks him as a progenitor of the Enlightenment because it embodies the spirit of autonomy and rational critique. His meditations reveal a structure that combines skepticism with rational reconstruction. The first meditation demolishes the edifice of belief by invoking radical doubt, yet this doubt is not nihilistic. 'Tis methodological, serving to clear the ground for indubitable knowledge. The second meditation rebuilds from the cogito and then progressively demonstrates the existence of God and the reality of the external world. Thus, Descartes transformed skepticism from a threat into a tool, turning the skeptical challenge into the foundation for certainty. This maneuver gave modern philosophy a new direction by showing that doubt could be a pathway to truth rather than merely a destructive force. In metaphysics, the dualism of mind and body generated difficulties that spurred later innovations. One such difficulty was the problem of interaction. If the mind is unextended and the body extended, how can one act upon the other? Descartes proposed that the pineal gland was the locus of interaction, because it is a unique structure, not duplicated in the brain, and thus a plausible site for mediation. Yet this solution has been widely criticized as inadequate because positing a physical organ does not explain how immaterial thought can move material particles. The inadequacy of this account inspired later thinkers like Malebranche to develop occasionalism, and Spinoza to deny dualism altogether, positing instead that mind and body are attributes of one substance, thereby eliminating the problem by dissolving the distinction. In physics, the Cartesian conception of matter as extension excludes all qualitative properties from matter, thereby banishing Aristotelian forms and qualities. This radical reduction of matter to extension alone paved the way for mechanistic science, though it also left certain phenomena unexplained, such as gravity, which seemed to act at a distance without mechanical mediation. Descartes attempted to resolve this with the theory of vortices, in which celestial bodies are carried by whirlpools of subtle matter. This explanation failed against the predictive success of Newton's law of universal gravitation, yet it illustrates the determination to explain everything by mechanical principles. In epistemology, Descartes' reliance on innate ideas became one of his most controversial doctrines. Because empiricists denied that any idea could exist prior to experience. Locke argued that the mind is a tabula rasa, written upon by experience, whereas Descartes held that certain fundamental concepts, like extension, infinity, and God, are innate, implanted in the mind by its very nature, or by God. This debate defined much of early modern philosophy, and its echoes persist in contemporary discussions of nativism in cognitive science. Descartes' conception of freedom also requires attention, because his account of the will as infinite suggests that freedom is not merely the absence of constraint, but the positive power to affirm or deny any proposition. This freedom is so radical that it can exceed the limits of the intellect and thereby cause error. Yet it also underwrites human dignity by grounding moral responsibility and aligning the human will with the divine will, insofar as both are infinite. Descartes' ethics, though less developed than his metaphysics, contains hints of Stoic influence. He admired the Stoic emphasis on self-control and constancy, and in his correspondence, he expressed admiration for the ability to govern passions through reason. His account of the passions in his late work Passions of the Soul treats emotions as mechanical processes involving the movement of animal spirits within the body. Yet, it also emphasizes the capacity of the rational soul to regulate them through judgment. Thus, his ethics blends mechanistic psychology with rationalist moral philosophy. His provisional morality, outlined in the Discourse on Method, further illustrates his practical outlook, because he recognized that while pursuing foundational certainty in philosophy, one still must act in daily life and therefore needs provisional rules. He recommended obedience to the laws and customs of one's country, firmness in action once a decision is made, mastery of oneself rather than external fortune, and the pursuit of the best possible occupation, namely the cultivation of reason and knowledge. This morality reveals a pragmatic side of Descartes, often overshadowed by his metaphysical abstraction. In politics, Descartes was cautious. He avoided direct confrontation with authorities, preferring to work within the boundaries of acceptable discourse, Yet his emphasis on individual reason and autonomy had long-term political implications, because it undermined the authority of tradition and prepared the ground for Enlightenment critiques of monarchy and church. The reception of Cartesian philosophy was dramatic. It spread rapidly across Europe, influencing thinkers in France, the Netherlands, and beyond. Yet it also provoked condemnation. The Catholic Church placed his works on the index, and theologians attacked his doctrines for undermining faith. Nevertheless, his ideas flourished in Protestant countries and inspired schools of thought that carried his rationalism forward. The Cartesian legacy can also be seen in the development of modern subjectivity, because his cogito locates certainty in the first-person perspective, inaugurating a tradition of introspection and self-grounding knowledge. Later, philosophers, like Kant, would transform this legacy by situating subjectivity within a transcendental framework. But the Cartesian beginning remains decisive. The image of the solitary thinker discovering truth through reflection captures a modern ideal of autonomy. In the arts and literature, Descartes' emphasis on rational method influenced aesthetic theories that sought clarity, proportion, and order, reflecting the same spirit of mathematical harmony that guided his philosophy. In medicine, his mechanistic conception of the body inspired early modern anatomists and physiologists to investigate bodily functions as mechanical processes. Though his explanations of circulation and digestion were flawed, his insistence that bodily processes could be explained without recourse to vital spirits or occult forces advanced the empirical program. His influence extends even into modern neuroscience, because the challenge of explaining consciousness in relation to the brain remains essentially the Cartesian problem. His dualism, though widely rejected, still shapes the conceptual framework in which the mind-body problem is debated. The Cartesian insistence that consciousness is irreducible has influenced not only philosophy, but also psychology, cognitive science, and artificial intelligence. Debates about whether machines can think echo Descartes' argument that animals lack consciousness because they cannot use language creatively and flexibly. He maintained that true thought requires the capacity for reason and universal discourse, which no mere machine or animal possesses. This criterion of language as the mark of thought remains influential in discussions of AI and machine intelligence today. The Cartesian emphasis on clarity and distinctness also carries implications for the philosophy of science, because it establishes a standard of intelligibility that privileges transparent explanation over mere predictive success, whereas modern empiricism accepts predictive accuracy as sufficient. Descartes sought explanations that could be fully grasped by reason. This commitment to intelligibility led him to reject Newton's account of gravity as action at a distance, because though Newton's law worked with unparalleled precision, it lacked a mechanical cause that reason could comprehend. Descartes preferred his vortex theory, despite its failure, because it maintained mechanistic transparency. This tension between intelligibility and predictive success continues to animate debates in philosophy of science about whether explanation requires understanding mechanisms or whether mathematical prediction alone suffices in mathematics. Descartes contributed not only philosophical reflection but also innovation. His invention of analytic geometry unified algebra and geometry, creating a powerful new method that symbolized the Cartesian synthesis of reason and imagination. This unification reflected his philosophical conviction that all knowledge could be ordered and connected through method. The coordinate plane remains a visual emblem of Cartesian rationalism because it maps space into a grid subject to mathematical control. This mathematical vision underlies his metaphysics of extension, where space and matter are continuous and infinitely divisible without voids or atoms. Descartes rejected atomism because he regarded indivisible particles as contradictory to the nature of extension, which is infinitely divisible. This rejection influenced his physics, but later, atomism would triumph with the rise of modern chemistry. Yet his insistence on continuity reveals The depth of his rationalist commitments, he would not admit entities that violated the demands of reason no matter their empirical appeal. The Cartesian conception of God also deserves further exploration because it plays a central role in bridging the gap between finite human knowledge and infinite truth. Descartes presents several proofs of God's existence, including the causal argument from the idea of God and the ontological argument. The causal argument claims that the idea of a perfect infinite being could not originate in a finite imperfect mind and therefore must be caused by God himself. The ontological argument claims that the very concept of a perfect being entails existence, since existence is a perfection. These arguments have been debated extensively, some seeing them as brilliant, others as flawed, yet for Descartes, their role was not merely theological, but epistemological, because they secured the reliability of clear and distinct perceptions. By grounding them in a non-deceptive God, without God, the Cartesian system collapses into skepticism, because one could not trust even the clearest intuition. Thus, the proof of God is integral to the structure of certainty. His critics, however, accused him of circular reasoning in what is known as the Cartesian circle. He claimed that clear and distinct perceptions are true because God exists and is not a deceiver, but also proved God's existence by relying on clear and distinct perception. This alleged circularity remains a famous problem in Descartes' philosophy, though defenders argue that he distinguished between the momentary assurance of a clear perception and the enduring certainty guaranteed by God. In either case, the debate illustrates the intricate dependence of Cartesian epistemology on theology, which shows that his rationalism, though revolutionary, remained within a religious framework, unlike later Enlightenment thinkers who secularized reason. Descartes never intended to overthrow the centrality of God's philosophy, thus occupies a transitional position between medieval theology and modern secular rationalism. His metaphysics also carries implications for ontology, because in dividing reality into thinking and extended substance, he created a framework that influenced not only metaphysics but also psychology and biology. The conception of animals as machines flows directly from this dualism, because if thought belongs only to immaterial substance, then animals lacking such a soul are mere automata. This mechanistic view of animals provoked criticism both then and now, because its state denies consciousness to non-human creatures, yet it also spurred mechanistic investigation of animal physiology, advancing biology. By encouraging explanation in purely physical terms, the moral implications of Cartesian animal machines are stark, because they justify experimentation without moral concern, a legacy that continues to trouble debates in animal ethics. Descartes' emphasis on the autonomy of reason also resonates in the history of education, because he proposed that true learning does not consist in memorizing authorities, but in exercising judgment guided by method. This pedagogical shift influenced the development of modern education, which values critical thinking over rote tradition. His influence extended into psychology through his theory of passions, which sought to explain emotions as physiological yet still subject to rational regulation. The dual structure of his account acknowledges both the mechanical causation of bodily states and the rational power of the soul to respond appropriately. This anticipates modern cognitive behavioral approaches that treat emotions as subject to cognitive appraisal, though without the metaphysical dualism. His correspondence reveals a thinker deeply concerned with practical guidance for living. He advised Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia on how to reconcile philosophical reflection with the demands of political life, and offered insights on virtue, happiness, and the management of passions. These exchanges show a Descartes more human and engaged than the austere geometer of popular image. His conception of happiness emphasized tranquility of mind, achieved through the firm judgment of reason and the mastery of passions, which again reveals the Stoic undercurrent. In his ethics, though, his metaphysics emphasizes radical freedom of the will. His ethics emphasizes alignment of the will with reason and nature, producing a form of harmony that echoes Stoic wisdom. His life also reveals the precarious position. A philosophy in an age of censorship, he moved to the Netherlands, seeking freedom to pursue his work and carefully framed his writings to avoid conflict with church authorities. Yet even so, his works were condemned and placed on the index. His caution in politics and religion contrasts with the boldness of his philosophical claims, showing the tension between the radical potential of his ideas and the necessity of prudence in their expression. His death in Sweden while tutoring Queen Christina illustrates this tension as well, because he was forced to teach philosophy early in the morning against his preference for late rising and succumbed to illness in the cold northern climate. The trajectory of his life mirrors the trajectory of his thought, balancing caution with daring, prudence with revolution. His enduring significance lies in this balance because he bridged the medieval and modern worlds, preserving faith in God while inaugurating the reign of autonomous reason, initiating mechanistic science while still clinging to rational intelligibility, grounding freedom in the infinite will while subordinating it to divine order. The Cartesian synthesis is thus a pivotal moment in the history of thought shaping metaphysics, epistemology, science, ethics, and even the very conception of the self that defines modernity. The Cartesian legacy also involves the transformation of metaphysical inquiry into a foundation for all disciplines, because Descartes insisted that philosophy must provide the secure basis on which the sciences rest. This project shifted philosophy from commentary on tradition to the architectonic role of first philosophy. His vision that philosophy serves as the root of the tree from which physics, medicine, and morals grow establishes a model of unity that inspired later thinkers, yet the fate of this unity was contested because as sciences developed, they increasingly distanced themselves from metaphysics and pursued autonomous methods. Nevertheless, the Cartesian hope for a unified system of knowledge continues to inspire integrative projects in philosophy and cognitive science. Descartes' method of universal doubt exemplifies the courage to question everything, received not in order to dwell in skepticism, but in order to transcend it. This method influenced modern intellectual culture by legitimizing radical critique as a pathway to truth. Once Descartes had shown that it is permissible to suspend all beliefs until reason confirms them. The intellectual door opened for questioning authorities in politics, religion, and culture, thereby laying the foundation for the Enlightenment. Emphasis on individual judgment and autonomy. His insistence that knowledge begins in the two individuals' reason, rather than in collective tradition, anticipates the modern ideal of intellectual independence. The Cartesian cogito remains a lightning rod for debate because it encapsulates both strength and weakness. The strength is its apparent indubitability. The weakness is its apparent circularity or triviality. Critics have said that the cogito merely restates the obvious, that thinking requires a thinker, but defenders reply that its force lies not in the novelty of the proposition, but in the immediacy of its certainty. It requires no inference, but is self-evident in the very act of thinking. This kind of foundational certainty is rare, if not unique, and therefore has unparalleled philosophical significance. Its influence spread beyond philosophy into literature, psychology, and politics, because the cogito represents the precudo, represents the assertion of subjectivity, the declaration that the individual stands as the foundation of meaning against doubt, tradition, and external authority. Existentialists later radicalized this insight, interpreting the cogito as a call to authentic self-formation, while post-structurists criticized it as an illusion of autonomous subjectivity. Masking deeper structures of power and language, this ambivalent legacy illustrates the power of the Cartesian starting point to generate centuries of debate. Another aspect of Cartesian philosophy worth examining is his conception of error. He argued that error arises not from God, but from the misuse of human freedom. specifically when the will extends beyond what the intellect clearly perceives. This account preserves divine goodness while explaining human fallibility, but it also places responsibility for error on the individual, thus encouraging intellectual discipline. The moral resonance of this view is significant because it treats intellectual error as a failure of virtue, not merely a mechanical malfunction. This ethical dimension of knowledge aligns with the Cartesian vision of philosophy as guidance for life, not merely theoretical speculation. Descartes also emphasized that the ultimate purpose of knowledge is to make us masters and possessors of nature, by which he meant that science guided by method would yield practical benefits for human life. This utilitarian goal distinguishes him from purely contemplative philosophers of antiquity and aligns him with the emerging modern spirit of technological control. Yet, this ambition also raises ethical questions about whether mastery of nature leads to genuine wisdom or merely to domination. The environmental crises of modernity make this Cartesian ambition newly relevant because they show the double-edged character of seeking control over nature. His philosophy of mathematics also deserves deeper reflection because his identification of mathematics with clarity and distinctness established it as the paradigm of knowledge. Mathematics for Descartes is not merely a tool, but the very model of rational certainty. This elevation of mathematics influenced the entire trajectory of modern science by encouraging mathematization of natural phenomena, yet it also narrowed the conception of knowledge by marginalizing qualitative and interpretive dimensions of reality. His vision of knowledge as mathematical clarity inspired enormous progress, but also provoked later reactions in phenomenology, hermeneutics, and existentialism, which sought to reclaim dimensions of human experience that mathematics could not capture. The Cartesian account of imagination is also profound. He regarded imagination as distinct from pure intellect because it involves mental images that presuppose bodily existence. Thus, the imagination reveals the embodied aspect of cognition, even within a dualist framework. This insight foreshadows later theories of embodied cognition, which emphasize that thought is not disembodied but rooted in bodily capacities. His reflections on dreams also revealed the depth of his epistemological concerns, because the dream argument undermines the certainty of sense perception by showing that experiences indistinguishable from waking life can be illusory, yet the very fact that one doubts while dreaming confirms the cogito. Thus, the dream argument functions both as a challenge and as a pathway to certainty. Descartes also explored the role of custom and habit in human life, acknowledging that while reason must guide judgment, habits nevertheless shape conduct. This recognition tempers the austerity of his rationalism with a practical awareness of human psychology and suggests that education should not only instruct the intellect, but also form proper habits to align passion and reason. The Cartesian conception of physics, as deduced from first principles, exemplifies rationalist ambition because he sought to derive laws of motion from metaphysical principles of extension and conservation rather than empirical observation. Though later physics abandoned this approach, the Cartesian itself set a model of systematic explanation that continues to inspire the search for unity in science. His theory of vortices, though empirically false, demonstrates the boldness of rationalism in attempting to explain celestial phenomena by reason alone, and, though displaced by Newton, its historical role highlights the transition from rationalist speculation to empiricist precision. The very failure of the vortices underscores the lesson that reason without empirical check can mislead, yet without reason, empirical data remains blind. The balance between these two insights defines the evolution of modern science's philosophy of medicine. Also deserves mention because Descartes conceived of the body as a machine subject to mechanical laws, and therefore potentially understandable in terms of anatomy and physiology. This mechanistic model of the body contributed to advances in medicine by encouraging dissection, experimentation, and mechanistic explanation. Yet it also created limitations by neglecting the subjective and experiential dimensions of illness. Modern medicine continues to wrestle with this Cartesian heritage, balancing mechanistic intervention with holistic care. His engagement with theology was also complex, because though he offered proofs of God, he also sought to protect philosophy from theological domination by grounding certainty in reason alone. This balancing act allowed him to claim both orthodoxy and autonomy. Though critics saw it as unstable, his approach reflects the transitional moment in which philosophy sought independence without yet severing ties with theology. This transitional status explains why Descartes can be seen both as a faithful Christian thinker and as a revolutionary founder of secular modernity. His influence extends even to the philosophy of language, because his conception of animals as machines implied that language is the unique mark of human reason. For Descartes, true language requires the capacity to form general concepts and communicate abstract thought, which he denied to animals. This criterion of language as evidence of rational soul influenced later debates about artificial intelligence, because it suggests that the ability to use language flexibly indicates thought. His view anticipates the Turing test in spirit, because it links linguistic capacity to intelligence. Yet his strict division between mechanical behavior and rational thought would have rejected the possibility of machines truly thinking. The Cartesian tradition thus stands at the root of modern debates about mind, language, and artificial intelligence, shaping both their terms and their stakes. Another profound element of Descartes' philosophy is his treatment of the passions, which he explored in his final major work, The Passions of the Soul, where he sought to explain emotions in mechanistic terms while also showing how reason could govern them. His account defines passions as perceptions or sentiments caused by the movements of the animal spirits which originate in the body and affect the mind. Though mechanistic in origin, passions are not dismissed as mere disturbances. Rather, they have a natural purpose in preserving the union of mind and body. This approach illustrates Descartes' attempt to reconcile mechanistic science with lived experience by providing a rational framework for understanding human effect. His ethical teaching in this domain emphasizes that virtue consists in mastering the passions, not by eliminating them, but by directing them with reason. This nuanced view influenced later moral psychology by showing that emotions are not enemies of reason, but can be harmonized with it. Descartes even argued that the most noble use of reason is to cultivate generosity, which he considered the highest virtue. Generosity for him means recognizing the freedom of one's will and the dignity of others, which leads to stable inner peace and benevolent action. Thus, even within a mechanistic metaphysics, Descartes' ethics points toward freedom, dignity, and responsibility. His conception of freedom itself is subtle, because he distinguished between indifference, which is the lowest form of freedom, and intellectual clarity, which is the highest. True freedom arises not from the arbitrary ability to choose, but from the capacity to act in accordance with clear and distinct knowledge. This elevation of freedom as rational necessity anticipates Spinoza's later claim that true freedom lies in understanding the necessity of nature. Yet, in Descartes, it retains a personalist dimension, since it remains tied to the will's self-determination. His treatment of error as misuse of will thus fits into this broader ethical vision, in which freedom is both a gift and a responsibility. His epistemology also had practical consequences for education, because by emphasizing method over memorization, he proposed that students should learn how to think rather than what to think. This pedagogical insight became a cornerstone of modern education, encouraging intellectual autonomy and critical reasoning instead of rote learning. The Cartesian methods demand to break down problems into parts and proceed step by step remains a model of rational pedagogy. His influence extended into political thought indirectly, because the emphasis on individual reason and autonomy encouraged modern ideals of freedom of conscience and the legitimacy of questioning authority. Though Descartes Himself avoided political controversy. The very structure of his philosophy inspired political liberalism and the Enlightenment drive toward emancipation. His insistence that authority must rest on reason rather than tradition parallels the later political claim that legitimacy must rest on the consent of the governed rather than hereditary power. This indirect influence shows how metaphysics can reshape politics. By transforming the conception of authority, the Cartesian insistence on clarity and distinctness also shaped aesthetics, because his rationalism inspired the classical ideal of order, proportion, and intelligibility in art, architecture, and literature. 17th-century classicism reflects Cartesian values of clarity, simplicity, and balance, just as Romanticism later arose in part as a reaction to rationalist control and the need to reclaim imagination, emotion, and the sublime. This dialectic illustrates how philosophical principles echo across cultural domains. The influence of Cartesian dualism also transformed the philosophy of medicine and psychiatry by separating mind from body. It allowed physicians to treat the body mechanistically, while leaving the soul to theology. Yet it also created the modern problem of mental illness, because if the mind is immaterial, how can it suffer disease? Later thinkers like Freud sought to naturalize mental disorders within the body, but the very framing of the problem derives from the Cartesian division of mental and physical. The legacy of Descartes can also be traced in the rise of mechanistic metaphors in economics, politics, and sociology, where individuals and institutions were often described as parts of a machine. This mechanistic vision enabled the modeling of social processes, but also raised concerns about reductionism and the loss of human meaning. The Cartesian reliance on clear and distinct ideas raises the question of what qualifies as clarity and distinctness, because while mathematical truths exhibit such qualities, empirical knowledge often does not. This tension haunted later philosophy because it raised doubts about whether the Cartesian standard could be applied to all domains. The critique by empiricists was that sense experience, though not clear and distinct in the Cartesian sense, still provides indispensable knowledge. Thus, the rationalist quest for certainty met the empiricist quest for probability, and the synthesis of these two approaches eventually shaped modern science. Descartes also redefined metaphysical proof by introducing the method of clear deduction as the model for demonstrating the existence of God and the immortality of the soul. His ontological and causal arguments for God influenced countless debates. Though they were contested, his project shows how metaphysical reasoning sought to preserve faith while embracing modern method. Even his critics acknowledged that he had transformed the terms of the debate by moving it from authority to reason. His influence also extends to metaphilosophy because he redefined the task of philosophy itself. For the ancients, philosophy was often a way of life oriented toward virtue and contemplation, but for Descartes, philosophy became a rigorous science, seeking indubitable foundations. This redefinition changed the destiny of philosophy by making it the search for certainty rather than wisdom, though later traditions, like existentialism, would attempt to recover the older sense of philosophy as life guidance. The Cartesian transformation remains one of the most decisive shifts in the history of thought. His role in the scientific revolution is equally fundamental, because by grounding natural philosophy and mathematical reasoning and methodological doubt, he cleared the ground for Newtonian physics. Even though his own physics was superseded, his vision of science as rational, systematic, and mathematically expressible endured and defined the modern project. The Cartesian dream of universal mathematics also anticipated later efforts in symbolic logic and computer science. By seeking a universal method for reasoning, his hope that all knowledge could be expressed in a formal system foreshadows the work of Leibniz and later developments in logical positivism and computation. Thus, even if the dream remains unrealized, its guiding power has shaped centuries of inquiry. Descartes' intellectual Courage also deserves reflection because he published in an era of religious persecution and censorship, and his method required challenging authorities. He carefully framed his work to avoid condemnation, but still his writings faced suspicion and controversy. His strategic prudence illustrates the difficulty of pioneering new ideas in hostile contexts, yet the enduring influence of his philosophy testifies that his balance of boldness and caution succeeded in transmitting his vision to future generations. Finally, the image of Descartes as the solitary thinker meditating before the fire or doubting in his chamber symbolizes the modern ideal of the autonomous self-seeking truth through reason alone. This image has become iconic for modernity and continues to inspire both admiration and critique as a symbol of the possibilities and perils of intellectual independence. The persistence of Cartesian themes in philosophy can also be traced through the problem of certainty, which became the focal point of modern epistemology, because Descartes defined knowledge as that which can be known clearly and distinctly. Philosophers after him had to either meet this high bar or lower it. Thus, Locke argued that knowledge is limited to probable belief. Grounded in sense data, Hume radicalized the skepticism by showing that even causality cannot be proven with certainty, but only expected from habit. Kant attempted to resolve the conflict by arguing that the mind imposes categories like causality on experience, thereby securing both the necessity and universality that Descartes sought, yet in a different framework. This historical trajectory shows how Descartes' quest for indubitable knowledge generated centuries of debate about whether certainty is possible or whether philosophy must content itself with probability. The Cartesian demand for absolute clarity also influenced mathematics, where the development of analytic geometry, which Descartes himself created, provided a new symbolic clarity by representing geometry algebraically. His invention of the coordinate system allowed geometric problems to be solved with algebraic equations and algebraic problems to be visualized geometrically. This fusion transformed mathematics and made possible the rise of calculus in Newton and Leibniz. The very structure of modern physics relies on the Cartesian insight that space can be represented as a coordinate grid and that natural laws can be expressed as mathematical functions. Thus, one of the greatest fruits of Cartesian rationalism lies not only in philosophy, but in the concrete tools of mathematics that Aquinas Spald Bass that govern contemporary science. His mechanistic physics, though ultimately replaced by Newton, nonetheless introduced a vision of the universe as a vast system of matter in motion, governed by simple laws rather than by hidden qualities or Aristotelian forms, by stripping nature of occult explanations and insisting on mechanical causation. Descartes laid the groundwork for empirical inquiry, even though he himself resisted some of its more radical implications. His dualism also created a new conception of human dignity, because by separating mind from matter, he elevated thought above mechanism, thereby granting human beings a unique place in the cosmos as thinking subjects. The phrase cogito ergo sum captures this because it identifies thought as the essence of personhood. This insight shaped the modern conception of the individual as a center of consciousness distinct from the external world, but it also generated the existential loneliness of the modern subject, cut off from direct certainty about the external world and dependent only on the inner self. This loneliness of the Cartesian subject inspired later critiques, because philosophers such as Heidegger argued that Descartes had misunderstood human existence by reducing it to thinking substance rather than recognizing its being in the world. For Heidegger, the Cartesian subject is abstract and detached, while real human existence is already situated in relationships and practices. Thus, the Cartesian turn to the subject is both the foundation of modern philosophy and the root of its limitations. The problem of the external world raised by Descartes' doubt continues to haunt epistemology, because even with the guarantee of God's non-deceptiveness, the gap between internal representation and external reality remains this gap resurfaces in the problem of perception, the possibility of illusion, and in modern discussions of virtual reality and simulation theory. In many ways, Descartes anticipated these debates because his evil demon thought experiment functions as a precursor to contemporary scenarios in which we imagine ourselves trapped in computer simulations or manipulated by advanced technology. The fact that his 17th century imagination could already conjure such radical skepticism testifies to the depth of his inquiry. The Cartesian dream argument similarly resonates with contemporary neuroscience because studies of dreaming and consciousness continue to explore whether subjective experience can provide reliable knowledge. If dreams can mimic waking life perfectly, then the boundary between reality and illusion is not given, but must be justified by reason. This insight underlies the entire modern philosophy of mind, which grapples with the reliability and structure of consciousness. Cartesian philosophy also redefined theology by grounding proofs for core God, not in tradition, but in rational argument. His ontological argument asserted that the very idea of a perfect being entails existence because non-existence would be an imperfection. Though criticized by many, it demonstrated a bold attempt to secure theology on rational foundations. His causal argument that the idea of God could not have originated in a finite mind but must come from an actually infinite being likewise illustrates the Cartesian strategy of moving from internal ideas to external realities. His insistence that divine veracity is the guarantor of truth shows his desire to reconcile radical doubt with religious orthodoxy. Though later critics argued that this reliance on God's guarantee made his system circular, the attempt itself reveals the profound tension of modern philosophy between faith and reason. His physics further illustrates his mechanistic reduction because he conceived of animals as automatons without consciousness, a view that scandalized many contemporaries. Yet this mechanistic view of animals helped push biology toward a scientific, rather than theological, framework. Even though it neglected animal sentience, it shows the radical consequences of applying the Cartesian method consistently to all aspects of nature. Descartes' vision of the human body as a machine composed of organs functioning like mechanical parts also anticipated modern physiology and medicine, though dualism remains contested. His mechanical model of the body inspired centuries of medical research that treated the body as a system of functions rather than a vessel of mystical forces. This mechanization of life, though criticized, opened the way for modern anatomy, surgery, and neuroscience. The Cartesian emphasis on doubt also inspired literary and cultural motifs, because the figure of the doubter, the solitary thinker, and the seeker of certainty became archetypes in literature. From modern novels to plays, the tension between the rational self and the uncertain world reflects the Cartesian drama. The influence of Descartes also extends into modern technology because the very idea of breaking problems into parts, analyzing them mathematically, and seeking precise solutions mirrors the logic of computer science and engineering. Algorithms themselves can be seen as Cartesian in spirit because they proceed step by step from clear rules to certain outcomes. In this sense, the entire digital age inherits the rationalist dream of clarity and method, though ironically, it also reveals the limits of reductionism, since complex systems often defy total certainty. The Cartesian emphasis on clarity also influenced legal theory, where jurists sought to codify laws in systematic rational structures rather than relying on precedent and custom. His rationalism echoes in the Enlightenment ambition to create universal codes of law and reason-based political constitutions that transcend tradition and local authority. Thus, Descartes' method shaped not only philosophy, but law, politics, mathematics, medicine, and culture in almost every direction. The shadow of Cartesian thought extends across the modern age, shaping both its triumphs and its dilemmas. The legacy of Descartes can also be seen in the rise of subjectivity. Descartes the central axis of philosophy because once he placed the thinking subject as the foundation of knowledge, the entire enterprise of modern philosophy had to reckon with the conditions of consciousness. This led to the emphasis on introspection in British empiricism, the transcendental subject in Kant, the phenomenological subject in Husserl, and the existential subject in Sartre. Each of these developments is in some way an elaboration or critique of the Cartesian cogito. The cogito thus functions like a seed that generated multiple branches of thought, some affirming the centrality of subjectivity, others challenging its isolation. The Cartesian insistence that knowledge must begin with the self also inspired modern psychology because the study of mental states, memories, perceptions, and ideas became central in the quest to understand human beings. Even Freud, though critical of rationalism, engaged in a project that presupposes the significance of inner life. Descartes' reflections on the pineal gland as the supposed seat of interaction between mind and body, though physiologically mistaken, anticipated the modern search for a neural basis of consciousness. His intuition that mind and body interact at a specific locus mirrors the ongoing quest in neuroscience to identify neural correlates of consciousness and mechanisms by which subjective experience arises from physical processes. His philosophy, therefore, remains relevant even when his details are obsolete because the problems he posed continue to guide inquiry. His mechanistic conception of the universe also resonates with contemporary cues, with contemporary physics, not in its specific content, but in its methodological orientation. By treating the world as a system of extended matter governed by laws, he inaugurated the scientific vision that reality can be understood mathematically. This view directly challenged Aristotelian teleology, which explained natural phenomena in terms of purposes rather than mechanisms. The rejection of final causes in favor of efficient causes marks a decisive break in the history of science. Without Descartes' intervention, the scientific revolution would have lacked one of its most systematic philosophies. His rationalism also provided the Enlightenment with its confidence in human reason as the instrument of progress, because, if knowledge can be built on indubitable foundations, then superstition and dogma can be overcome by methodical thought. This aspiration drove encyclopedists, reformers, and revolutionaries, who saw in reason the key to human emancipation. Yet this same rationalism also provoked critiques from Romantic thinkers who argued that Descartes reduced the richness of life to abstract clarity and neglected imagination, emotion, and historical context. The Romantic revolt against rationalism can therefore be understood as a reaction to Cartesian reductionism. His method of breaking problems into their simplest elements also had direct influence on pedagogy, because it encouraged educators to teach by moving from simple to complex, by ensuring clarity at each step, and by training students in analytic reasoning. Modern mathematics education especially reflects this. Cartesian pedagogy, his idea of universal method, also inspired later visions of artificial intelligence, because the dream of a machine that could reason step by step like a human mirrors Descartes' ambition to mechanize thought. The fact that he himself argued animals were machines but denied that machines could replicate human thought illustrates the tension between mechanistic reduction and human exceptionalism. His criteria for distinguishing true human thought from machine imitation anticipate later debates about the Turing test and artificial intelligence today, when algorithms can mimic human language and reasoning. The Cartesian challenge resurfaces in new form. What separates authentic thought from mechanical simulation? This shows the durability of his framework as a measure of progress and problem alike. His meditations also illustrate the performative power of philosophy, because they are not just abstract arguments but exercises in radical self-examination. They invite the reader to suspend belief, to doubt everything, and to reconstruct certainty from within. This performative aspect makes them enduring because they enact the very process of methodical doubt rather than merely describing it. In this sense, the cogito is experienced by the reader as a lived moment of certainty emerging. From the abyss of doubt, the dramatic power of this philosophical exercise explains why the Meditations remain one of the most studied texts in the tradition. Descartes also transformed metaphysics by grounding it in epistemology rather than ontology, whereas ancient philosophy often began by describing the nature of being. Descartes began by asking how we know, and thus shifted the center of gravity of philosophy. This epistemological turn paved the way for the critical philosophy of Kant and the subsequent focus on the conditions of knowledge itself, rather than on metaphysical speculation about substances. His division of reality into res cogitans and res extensa, though problematic, gave philosophy a new map of the world, one that distinguished mental from physical and sought to explain their relation. The enduring problem of how subjective experience arises from objective matter is still called the mind-body problem and remains one of the central puzzles of philosophy of mind. Descartes thus named and shaped a problem that continues to dominate contemporary inquiry. That Cartesian insistence on clarity also influenced the scientific writing style, which moved toward precise definitions, systematic arguments, and rejection of rhetorical flourish. His own style exemplifies this clarity, combining rigor with accessibility and setting a standard for scientific communication. This shift in style is itself a cultural transformation because it reflects the new value placed on methodical reasoning rather than authority or tradition. Descartes' philosophy also provokes ethical reflection because his separation of mind and body raises questions about responsibility, freedom, and moral agency. If the mind is distinct from the body, then human beings are free to act according to reason, rather than being determined by mechanical causes. This belief in rational freedom underlies modern conceptions of moral responsibility. Yet if body and mind are integrated more closely, as critics suggest, then the scope of freedom is narrowed and the Cartesian picture of moral agency is threatened. Thus, his dualism remains not only a metaphysical question, but also an ethical one, shaping debates on responsibility, addiction, and the influence of biology on behavior. The Cartesian vision also influenced political thought because the idea that individuals are autonomous centers of reason inspired modern liberalism, which treats persons as free, rational agents with rights. The link between the cogito and political individualism reveals how metaphysical ideas can shape institutions. The very notion of human rights can be traced to the Cartesian elevation of the individual subject above tradition and collective authority at the same time. This individualism provoked critiques from communitarian thinkers who argued that Descartes' isolated subject ignores the social and relational dimensions of human life. This tension between individual autonomy and communal belonging remains one of the central debates in political philosophy today. This view directly challenged Aristotelian teleology, which explained natural phenomena in terms of purposes rather than mechanisms. The rejection of final causes in favor of efficient causes marks a decisive break in the history of science. Without Descartes' intervention, the scientific revolution would have lacked one of its most systematic philosophies. His rationalism also provided the Enlightenment with its confidence in human reason as the instrument of progress, because, if knowledge can be built on indubitable foundations, then superstition and dogma can be overcome by methodical thought. This inspiration drove encyclopedists, reformers, and revolutionaries, who saw in reason the key to human emancipation. Yet this same rationalism also provoked critiques from romantic thinkers who argued that Descartes reduced the richness of life to abstract clarity and neglected imagination, emotion, and historical context. The Romantic revolt against rationalism can therefore be understood as a reaction to Cartesian reductionism. His method of breaking problems into their simplest elements also had direct influence on pedagogy, because it encouraged educators to teach by moving from simple to complex, by ensuring clarity at each step, and by training students in analytic reasoning. Modern mathematics education especially reflects this. Cartesian pedagogy, his idea of universal method, also inspired later visions of artificial intelligence because the dream of a machine that could reason step by step, like a human, mirrors Descartes' ambition to mechanize thought. The fact that he himself argued animals were machines, but denied that machines could replicate human thought, illustrates the tension between mechanistic reduction and human exceptionalism, his criteria for distinguishing true human thought from machine imitation. Anticipate later debates about the Turing test and artificial intelligence today, when algorithms can mimic human language and reasoning. The Cartesian challenge resurfaces in new form. What separates authentic thought from mechanical simulation? This shows the durability of his framework as a measure of progress and problem alike. His meditations also illustrate the performative power of philosophy, because they are not just abstract arguments but exercises in radical self-examination. They invite the reader to suspend belief, to doubt everything, and to reconstruct certainty from within. This performative aspect makes them enduring, because they enact the very process of methodical doubt rather than merely describing it. In this sense, the cogito is experienced by the reader as a lived moment of certainty emerging from the abyss of doubt. The dramatic power of this philosophical exercise explains why the Meditations remain one of the most studied texts in the tradition. Descartes also transformed metaphysics by grounding it in epistemology rather than ontology. Whereas ancient philosophy often began by describing the nature of being, Descartes began by asking how we know, and thus shifted the center of gravity of philosophy. This epistemological turn paved the way for the critical philosophy of Kant and the subsequent focus on the conditions of knowledge itself rather than on metaphysical speculation about substances. His division of reality into res cogitans and res extensa, though problematic, gave philosophy a new map of the world, one that distinguished mental from physical and sought to explain their relation. The enduring problem of how subjective experience arises from objective matter is still called the mind-body problem and remains one of the central puzzles of philosophy of mind. Descartes thus named and shaped a problem that continues to dominate contemporary inquiry. The Cartesian insistence on clarity also influenced the scientific writing style, which moved toward precise definitions, systematic arguments, and rejection of rhetorical flourish. His own style exemplifies this clarity, combining rigor with accessibility and setting a standard for scientific communication. This shift in style is itself a cultural transformation because it reflects the new value placed on methodical reasoning rather than authority or tradition. Descartes' philosophy also provokes ethical reflection because his separation of mind and body raises questions about responsibility, freedom, and moral agency. If the mind is distinct from the body, then human beings are free to act according to reason, rather than being determined by mechanical causes. This belief in rational freedom underlies modern conceptions of moral responsibility. Yet if body and mind are integrated more closely, as critics suggest, then the scope of freedom is narrowed and the Cartesian picture of moral agency is threatened. Thus, his dualism remains not only a metaphysical question, but also an ethical one, shaping debates on responsibility, addiction, and the influence of biology on behavior. The Cartesian vision also influenced political thought because the idea that individuals are autonomous centers of reason inspired modern liberalism, which treats persons as free rational agents with rights. The link between the cogito and political individualism reveals how metaphysical ideas can shape institutions. The very notion of human rights can be traced to the Cartesian elevation of the individual subject above tradition and collective authority at the same time. This individualism provoked critiques from communitarian thinkers who argued that Descartes' isolated subject ignores the social and relational dimensions of human life. This tension between individual autonomy and communal belonging remains one of the central debates in political philosophy today. The Cartesian project also reshaped epistemology by establishing a new criterion of truth, the idea that clarity and distinctness in perception provide the mark of certainty. This criterion became both a guiding principle and a contested point. Because while Descartes claimed that whatever is perceived clearly and distinctly must be true, critics argued that the reliability of such perceptions is not self-evident and depends on prior validation, yet his insistence on clarity and distinctness set a standard for philosophical argumentation. It demanded rigor, precision, and logical transparency. His style of writing, with meditations that progress through stages of doubt, discovery, and proof, reflects this epistemic demand. He sought not only to state conclusions, but to guide the reader through the very process of reasoning, thereby making philosophy an experiential journey rather than a set of dogmas. This pedagogical structure gave his works an enduring appeal and a dramatic character. Each reader is invited to reenact the journey of radical doubt and rediscovery in their own mind, thereby internalizing the Cartesian method. His conception of the self as a thinking substance also marked a turning point in philosophy, because it shifted the center of identity from social roles or theological definitions to inner consciousness, the self. So was no longer defined primarily by community, tradition, or divine ordinance, but by the fact of thinking. This inward turn prefigured the modern emphasis on subjectivity and autonomy. The Cartesian subject is the forerunner of the modern individual, as self-determining, rational, and responsible for constructing knowledge. This emphasis also generated problems such as solipsism, because if the foundation of knowledge is the solitary thinking subject, then the existence of other minds and the external world must be proven rather than assumed. Descartes attempted to solve this by invoking God as the guarantor of truth and the reality of the external world, but the problem of other minds remained a challenge for later philosophy. His dualism of mind and body intensified this problem by making the relation between consciousness and matter obscure if mind is entirely separate from body. Then, how can we know that other bodies contain minds like our own? The Cartesian answer invoked analogies and divine benevolence, but the suspicion of solipsism lingered and continued to trouble later thinkers, from Malebranche to phenomenology. His philosophy thus opened as many questions as it answered, which is part of why it became the starting point for so many subsequent debates. The Cartesian framework became the background against which later philosophers defined themselves, whether by extending his ideas or rejecting them. Spinoza rejected dualism by proposing substance monism. Leibniz modified it into monads. Locke criticized the doctrine of innate ideas. Hume dismantled rationalist certainty. Kant sought to reconcile rationalism and empiricism by rethinking the conditions of possibility of experience. Each of these developments is incomprehensible without Descartes as the point of departure. His thought thus created the space in which modern philosophy unfolded. The emphasis on rational method, clarity, and the thinking subject became the hallmarks of the New Age. Even as they were contested, his work also influenced political thought indirectly, because the emphasis on individual reason and doubt supported the intellectual climate of early modernity, where authority could be questioned and new systems justified through reason. His personal writings were less political than some contemporaries, but the methodological skepticism he introduced resonated with broader movements of criticism and reform. His meditations function almost as a model of intellectual independence. The thinker retreats from tradition, doubts everything, and rebuilds knowledge from within. This image of autonomy contributed to the modern notion of intellectual freedom and the authority of reason over inherited dogma. His influence also extended to pedagogy and the structure of education, because the Cartesian method inspired new approaches to teaching science and philosophy. Universities and academies across Europe adopted or contested Cartesianism, shaping curricula in profound ways. The debates between Aristotelians and Cartesians in the 17th century illustrate how transformative his ideas were, because entire institutions of knowledge had to reorganize in response to the new framework. His emphasis on method also influenced broader cultural practices. The idea that systematic procedure could yield certainty resonated in law, politics, economics, and even art. The Cartesian spirit of methodical clarity and rational structure infused the Enlightenment as a cultural movement. His legacy is thus not confined to technical philosophy, but extends to the ethos of modern rationality itself. His philosophy also raised enduring questions about freedom and determinism, because if the body is a machine governed by laws, how does the will retain freedom? Descartes insisted that the will is infinite and free, even greater in scope than the intellect, but this assertion generated tension within his system. If the body obeys deterministic laws and the mind interacts with the body, then how can freedom be preserved? Critics argued that his solution was inconsistent, yet his insistence on the reality of free will reflected the deep human need to reconcile mechanistic science with moral responsibility. This struggle continues in contemporary debates about neuroscience, determinism, and agency, where the Cartesian legacy is still felt. His vision of reason as the path to certainty also influenced metaphilosophy by shaping the very conception of what philosophy is for Descartes. Philosophy was not speculation for its own sake, but a methodical search for indubitable foundations, a rigorous project of reconstruction. This conception made philosophy resemble science in its pursuit of certainty and universality. His image of philosophy as the tree with metaphysics, as the roots physics, as the trunk in medicine morals and mechanics, as the branches illustrates. His vision of unity. Knowledge for him was not fragmented, but interconnected. Philosophy provided the roots that nourished all other disciplines. His dream of a unified system of knowledge anticipated later encyclopedic projects and scientific unifications. Even though subsequent developments fragmented knowledge into specialized disciplines, the Cartesian dream of unity continues to inspire interdisciplinary projects today. His conception of reason as universal also had egalitarian implications, because if reason is distributed equally among all, then the pursuit of truth is not limited to elites or authorities, but open to any rational thinker. This democratizing impulse, though not fully realized in his own era, prefigured modern ideas of intellectual equality and the universality of rational discourse. This democratizing impulse was reinforced by Descartes' use of vernacular language in some of his works, since he did not confine his writings solely to Latin but also wrote in French, such as in the Discourse on Method. This choice was revolutionary because it broadened access to philosophy beyond the clerical and academic elite and allowed educated laypersons to engage directly with the new ideas. The use of vernacular made the Cartesian method a cultural force rather than a mere scholastic exercise. It contributed to the broader diffusion of rational inquiry and the spirit of doubt. The act of writing philosophy in a language of common discourse also aligned with his idea that reason is universally distributed if reason belongs to all. Then philosophical discourse should not be artificially restricted to those with specialized training. His texts thus embody the principle they articulate, making philosophy accessible and participatory. The Cartesian emphasis on method also resonates with the scientific revolution unfolding in his era. Thinkers like Galileo, Kepler, and Newton developed empirical laws of nature, while Descartes sought a rational framework to ground them. His physics, though ultimately superseded by Newton's, remained influential because it represented an attempt to deduce natural laws from clear principles. He imagined a universe of extension and motion governed by mechanical laws without recourse to Aristotelian forms or scholastic qualities. The Cartesian plenum replaced the void of atomism. The world was conceived as filled with matter in motion. Vortices explained planetarium motion, and impacts explained physical interactions. Though these specific hypotheses proved inadequate, they inspired new forms of scientific thinking by insisting on mechanical explanations that avoided appeals to hidden forms or occult qualities. Descartes helped push science toward greater clarity and empirical accountability. His mechanical philosophy also laid the groundwork for later mechanistic biology. Even though he reserved the soul for rational beings, he viewed animals as automata, whose behaviors could be explained entirely in terms of physical mechanisms. This view was radical and controversial, because it denied animals genuine consciousness or sensation. While critics saw this as implausible and ethically troubling, the Cartesian animal-machine theory forced the question of what consciousness is and how it can be recognized. His sharp division between human rationality and animal mechanism underscored his dualism, but also provoked enduring debates in philosophy of mind and ethics. The very harshness of this view made it intellectually fertile because it pushed others to articulate alternative accounts of animal consciousness and moral status. The Cartesian framework, therefore, shaped not only metaphysics and epistemology, but also early modern debates about biology, psychology, and ethics. His commitment to clarity and distinctness as criteria of truth also reshaped logic and epistemic norms, because he shifted the focus away from syllogistic reasoning and toward intuitive grasp of self-evident principles. For Descartes, deduction is powerful only when grounded in intuitively certain axioms. The method thus depends on both intuition and deduction. Intuition yields the immediate grasp of a clear and distinct idea, while deduction extends this certainty through logical steps. This combination defines the Cartesian method. It is not blind deduction from arbitrary premises, but a structured extension of intuitive clarity. His insistence on this structure influenced later rationalists who developed systems grounded in self-evident principles. Though his reliance on divine guarantee for the reliability of clarity and distinctness was criticized, the logical framework proved enduring. The Cartesian method became a model not just for philosophy, but for mathematics and science, because it presented knowledge as a structure built from secure foundations toward complex systems. This image of construction remains central to modern conceptions of theory. Building his personal intellectual temperament also shaped the form of his philosophy. He combined audacity with caution, radical doubt with careful reconstruction. His writings reveal a thinker willing to discard centuries of tradition, yet deeply concerned with securing new certainties. This tension between skepticism and dogmatism defines his philosophy. He doubted everything only to build a new system on the basis of that very doubt. He questioned authority only to ground knowledge in the authority of reason itself. His philosophy is thus both destructive and constructive. It demolishes old structures and erects new ones with even greater ambition. This dual movement gave his work its enduring vitality, because it resonates with the human experience of crisis and renewal. His meditations model a form of intellectual rebirth. The thinker strips away all certainties and then finds new life in the indubitable cogito. This existential dimension of Cartesian thought explains why his work remains compelling, even beyond its technical arguments. It speaks to the drama of human reason confronting uncertainty and seeking stability. The image of the solitary thinker in his chamber, doubting the world and rediscovering it through thought, captures the modern condition of autonomy, anxiety, and reconstruction. His philosophy is thus as much a story of the soul as a system of arguments. The influence of Cartesian philosophy extended deeply into ethics, even though Descartes himself did not produce a fully systematic moral philosophy. He sketched ideas that guided later thinkers. He believed that the highest good lies in the use of free will guided by reason, and that the mastery of passions is essential to living well. His late work, The Passions of the Soul, explored the nature of emotions as bodily motions and their relation to rational control. He saw passions not as inherently bad, but as phenomena that can be guided by reason to serve human flourishing. For example, generosity, understood as the recognition of one's own freedom and the willingness to use it rightly, was in his view the foundation of virtue. Moral progress thus depended on the proper governance of passions through clear understanding rather than their suppression through brute force. This view anticipates later Enlightenment discussions of virtue, sentiment, and autonomy. It also reveals Descartes concerned with the practical dimension of philosophy, because the method of doubt and the metaphysical system were not merely abstract exercises, but were meant to orient life toward certainty, tranquility, and mastery over confusion. His provisional moral code expressed in the Discourse on Method shows his awareness that radical doubt could paralyze action. Therefore, he proposed pragmatic rules to live by while inquiry proceeded, obeying the laws of his country, adhering to moderate conduct, mastering oneself rather than fortune, and cultivating reason as the guide of life. These maxims provided stability in the midst of intellectual upheaval and illustrate his capacity to balance skepticism with practical necessity. His moral reflections also reveal the broader humanism of his project. He was not a philosopher lost in abstractions, but one concerned with how clarity of thought contributes to clarity of living. In this sense, his philosophy joins the ancient tradition of philosophy as a way of life, while simultaneously pioneering modern scientific and metaphysical inquiry. His attempt to understand passions mechanistically also linked ethics with his natural philosophy. He explained how the pineal gland serves as the seat of interaction between mind and body, and how bodily processes generate emotions, though modern neuroscience has abandoned this model. His effort to integrate physiology with moral psychology anticipated later scientific approaches to emotion. The broader ethical implication is that rational self-knowledge requires understanding both mind and body, and that human flourishing depends on the harmony of both. His approach to ethics was thus inseparable from his metaphysics and physics, because the human being is a union of res cogitans and res extensa, guided by reason toward the good. His moral thought may lack the grand architecture of his metaphysics, but it demonstrates the same commitment to clarity, autonomy, and the guidance of reason. The Cartesian conception of freedom was also significant. He argued that true freedom lies not in the indifference of choice, but in the ability to affirm what is seen clearly and distinctly by the intellect. When the will aligns with clear perception, it achieves its highest dignity. This conception of freedom as rational self-determination influenced later accounts of autonomy and moral responsibility. It grounds freedom in rational insight rather than arbitrary choice. This emphasis on reason as the essence of freedom aligns with his entire project, in which clarity and distinctness define truth and virtue alike. In this way, Descartes provided the modern world with not only a new method of knowing, but also a new model of living, one in which doubt leads to certainty, reason governs passion, and freedom is realized through rational clarity. The relationship between Descartes, philosophy, and religion is one of the most discussed aspects of his thought, because on the one hand, he was deeply committed to defending the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, while on the other hand, his method of radical doubt seemed to destabilize traditional beliefs. His proofs for God were meant not only as metaphysical necessities, but also as theological assurances that reason and faith are compatible. He argued that the clear and distinct perception of a perfect being could not have originated from an imperfect, finite mind. Therefore, God must exist as the guarantor of truth. This rational theology was meant to reassure both himself and his readers that the method of doubt does not lead to nihilism, but rather to a stronger foundation for belief in God. Yet the tension remained because his philosophy allowed reason to act as judge over doctrines, and this autonomy of reason became the seed of modern secular philosophy. His insistence that the human mind can know God through its own powers without reliance on tradition challenged the ecclesiastical authority of his time. He believed that divine veracity ensures that clear and distinct ideas are true, and that God is not a deceiver. but critics asked whether this reliance on God as guarantor was circular, since certainty in God seems to rest on clear and distinct ideas, while certainty in clear and distinct ideas rests on God. The so-called Cartesian circle became a major problem in the interpretation of his philosophy. Nevertheless, his theological writings had enormous influence because they made rational inquiry compatible with Christian belief while opening the door to philosophical independence. His claim that the soul is immaterial and distinct from the body also provided a strong argument for immortality, something deeply important in his historical context, where the defense of the soul against materialist reduction was essential to religious orthodoxy. Yet this same argument introduced the enduring problem of how such an immaterial soul can causally interact with the body. The mind-body problem became one of the central challenges of modern philosophy and later thinkers such as Spinoza, Malebranche, and Leibniz offered alternative solutions, each shaped by the Cartesian legacy. Thus, Descartes stood at a crossroads. His thought simultaneously defended religious doctrines and created the framework for their rational critique. He was admired by some theologians as a defender of God and accused by others of undermining faith with excessive rationalism. This dual role reflects the transitional nature of his philosophy. It belongs both to the late scholastic world and to the emerging modern age where human reason becomes sovereign. Descartes' legacy in religion, therefore, is twofold. He strengthened the rational defense of theism and at the same time empowered the autonomy of philosophy to explore reality without subordination to tradition. This double aspect explains why he is remembered both as a faithful Catholic and as the father of modern rationalism. The contribution of Descartes to mathematics is as revolutionary as his metaphysics, because he transformed geometry by introducing the idea that spatial figures can be represented by algebraic equations. This insight laid the foundation for analytic geometry and forever changed the landscape of mathematical thought by uniting algebra and geometry. He provided a universal method for solving problems that had previously been treated separately. His coordinate system allowed curves to be expressed as equations and equations to be visualized as curves, opening the door for later advances in calculus and mathematical physics. His insistence on method and clarity appears in his mathematical work as much as in his philosophy, since he sought to reduce complexity to simple rules that could be universally applied. The Cartesian plane with its x and y axes became a tool not just for mathematics, but for the entire scientific revolution, because it allowed nature to be quantified and described in precise numerical terms. This alignment of geometry with algebra mirrors his broader effort to align thought with extension, because just as the union of algebra and geometry created a new science, the union of metaphysics and physics created a new philosophy. His rules for the direction of the mind and later writings emphasize the importance of moving from the simple to the complex, and this method becomes incarnate in his mathematics. By starting with simple coordinates and relations, one can build toward understanding the most intricate curves and figures. His mathematical approach also reflects his metaphysical ideal of clear and distinct ideas, since the clarity of equations mirrors the clarity of intellectual perception. His influence extended to Newton, Leibniz, and countless others, because analytic geometry was essential to the development of calculus, mechanics, and modern physics. In fact, the very possibility of applying mathematics to nature with such precision owes much to Descartes' insistence that space can be treated as extension, measurable and divisible into coordinates. His mathematical vision was not merely technical, but deeply philosophical, because it implied that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics, a conviction that became central to modern science. His union of algebra and geometry thus represents not just a mathematical breakthrough, but also a philosophical statement about the unity of reason and the world. In physics, Descartes sought to construct a system entirely consistent with his metaphysical principles, particularly the notion that matter is pure extension and therefore all. Physical phenomena must be explained by the geometry of motion rather than by qualities or hidden forms. He rejected the Aristotelian idea of substantial forms and qualities because they lacked clarity, and instead argued that bodies are nothing but extended substances, whose changes can be described in terms of size, shape, and motion. This mechanical philosophy insisted that natural phenomena can be reduced to matter in motion, governed by laws discoverable through reason. He introduced laws of nature based on God's immutability, such as the law that quantity of motion is conserved in the universe, although his formulation differed from Newton's later principle of conservation of momentum. His vision marked a radical departure from scholastic physics. He believed that all causal interaction in nature must be contact action, meaning that no occult forces or action at a distance can exist. Hence, he rejected explanations like attraction or sympathy, preferring to describe vortices of subtle matter that carried planets around the sun. His vortex theory of cosmology attempted to replace Aristotelian celestial spheres with a mechanical system where matter in motion forms whirlpools, carrying planets in circular paths. Although later disproven, this model demonstrated the ambition of his project to explain the heavens with the same mechanical clarity as earthly phenomena. He applied similar reasoning to optics, explaining light not as a mysterious quality but as pressure transmitted instantaneously through a subtle medium. His work on refraction and the law of signs provided important insights, and he even attempted to account for the rainbow through geometrical analysis. His mechanical explanation of physiology was equally radical, as he described the human body as a machine composed of organs operating like levers, pumps, and valves. Blood circulation, reflexes, and digestion could all be explained without invoking immaterial forms. The soul in this view was not needed for the body to function as a living machine, but rather for thought and consciousness only. This mechanistic model of the body influenced later biology, medicine, and psychology, and prepared the way for modern neuroscience and physiology. Even though Descartes himself held firmly to dualism between mind and body, his physics in general embodies his philosophical demand for clarity, reduction to extension and motion, and systematic reasoning. He wanted a universe transparent to reason, governed by precise mathematical laws, and free of the obscurities that had dominated medieval thought. In physiology, Descartes extended his mechanical philosophy to the living body and proposed that animals and even many aspects of the human body could be understood as intricate machines operating without consciousness or immaterial principles. He argued that the organs of the body function like mechanical parts, each contributing to processes such as circulation, respiration, digestion, and movement. The discovery of circulation by William Harvey was contemporary with Descartes and reinforced his view that the body operates according to mechanical laws, with the heart functioning as a pump and the blood circulating through vessels driven by pressure and motion. He described nerves as tubes carrying animal spirits, a subtle form of matter that transmitted motion from the sense organs to the brain and then to muscles, thereby producing reflexive responses without the intervention of thought. This mechanistic physiology led him to conclude that animals lacking rational souls are entirely machines reacting to stimuli through the flow of animal spirits and mechanical motions. Just as clocks or automata respond predictably to inputs, he even designed mechanical models to illustrate how statues or fountains could be made to move in response to water pressure, and used these analogies to explain how animals behave. The consequence of this view was the denial that animals experience consciousness, pain, or genuine sensation, since these belong to the realm of thought, which only rational beings possess. This position, although consistent with his dualism, generated controversy and criticism because it seemed to reduce animals to soulless machines and to dismiss their apparent suffering. His view of humans was more complex, since he maintained that while the body functions mechanically, the mind is a distinct immaterial substance capable of thought, judgment, and will the mind interacts with the body at a specific location which he identified with the pineal gland, reasoning that since most brain structures are duplicated in both hemispheres, there must be a central, unified structure to mediate between mind and body. The pineal gland seemed to him the ideal candidate, even though later science disproved this hypothesis. What mattered philosophically was the effort to explain how two radically different substances could interact. His physiology also extended to medicine, where he proposed that understanding the body mechanically could improve diagnosis and treatment by reducing disease to malfunctions of parts of the system, like blockages of vessels or imbalances in the flow of animal spirits. Although primitive by modern standards, this attempt to apply mechanical reasoning to medicine laid the groundwork for later developments in anatomy, pathology, and neuroscience. In all these efforts, Descartes showed the same ambition he displayed in metaphysics and mathematics to bring clarity, simplicity, and rational order to what had previously been shrouded in speculation, tradition, and obscurity. The doctrine that animals are machines became one of the most provocative and enduring aspects of Descartes' philosophy because it forced people to reconsider the boundary between humans and other living creatures. According to Descartes, animals lack rational souls and therefore cannot think, reason, or truly feel in the human sense. Their behavior is fully explicable through mechanical causes, such as the flow of animal spirits through nerves, the configuration of organs, and the reflexive responses built into their bodily machinery when a dog yelps after being struck or a bird sings. Descartes argued that these are not expressions of conscious experience, but automatic reactions like the striking of a clock that chimes the hour. Without awareness, this denial of animal consciousness was consistent with his dualism, because sensation and thought are operations of the res cogitans which animals do not possess, whereas their bodies, like human bodies, are res extensa governed entirely by physical laws. The ethical consequence of this view was controversial because if animals do not suffer, then human beings need not worry about cruelty in the same sense as they worry about cruelty to other humans. Critics argued that the evident behavior of animals shows signs of awareness, pain, and affection, and later philosophers like Voltaire ridiculed the Cartesian view as absurd, since it denied what seemed plainly observable in lived experience. Yet the machine theory of animals influenced scientific research by encouraging experiments that treated animals as objects of study without concern for their inner lives. It also helped advance comparative anatomy, physiology, and psychology, because animals could be dissected and observed as natural automata without moral hesitation. Descartes himself did not seem primarily motivated by cruelty, but by the rigor of his metaphysical system. He believed that granting consciousness to animals would compromise the sharp division between thinking substance and extended substance that was essential to his philosophy. In his framework, the uniqueness of human beings resided in their possession of a rational soul capable of reflection and free will, whereas animals, no matter how complex, could never transcend mechanical causation. His opponents saw in this doctrine a dangerous dehumanization of nature, but his followers saw in it the possibility of a new science liberated from medieval, animistic, and teleological notions. Regardless of agreement or disagreement, the doctrine of animals as machines demonstrated Descartes' relentless pursuit of clarity and his willingness to follow the consequences of his principles, even when they clashed with common intuition or moral sentiment. And this tension would fuel debates about animal consciousness, morality, and the nature of mind for centuries. The problem of mind-body interaction stood at the heart of Descartes' dualism and has remained one of the most contested issues in philosophy. He insisted that mind and body are distinct substances with irreducibly different natures. The mind is immaterial, indivisible, and capable of thought, whereas the body is material, extended, divisible, and subject to mechanical laws. Yet he also recognized that in human beings, the two must interact because sensations, passions, and voluntary actions demonstrate a constant interplay between thought and bodily states. When the body is injured, the mind experiences pain when the mind wills the body to move the limbs. Respond to this undeniable connection forced Descartes to propose a mechanism for how two substances so different could causally affect one another. He speculated that the pineal gland, located near the center of the brain, was the site of this union, reasoning that since most brain structures are mirrored in both hemispheres, a single central structure would better serve as the locus of coordination. He imagined the mind exerting influence on the flow of animal spirits through the pineal gland, thereby directing movements and receiving sensory impressions from the body. Critics quickly pointed out that this explanation did not solve the problem, but merely shifted it. Because how could an immaterial mind act upon a physical gland at all if they share no common properties? This difficulty became known as the interaction problem and generated numerous alternative theories, such as occasionalism, which held that God mediates every apparent interaction between mind and body, and parallelism, which claimed that mental and physical events run in harmony without direct causal contact, despite the flaws in Descartes' specific account. His recognition of the problem was profound because it exposed the deep challenge of explaining consciousness within a mechanistic worldview. He could not reduce mind to body without contradicting his own Cogito argument, and he could not deny the reality of bodily influence on mind without contradicting everyday experience. His dualism thus remained a paradoxical position, preserving the integrity of both mental and physical domains but leaving their union mysterious. This tension influenced centuries of debate in philosophy, psychology, and neuroscience, and continues to frame questions about how subjective experience arises from physical processes. Descartes' pineal gland hypothesis is scientifically outdated, yet symbolically, it represents his refusal to collapse the mental into the physical or the physical into the mental, and his insistence that both domains demand recognition in any complete account of human nature. Descartes' theory of the passions sought to explain the nature of human emotions within his dualist framework, and do show how the immaterial mind and the mechanical body cooperate in producing experiences like joy, sorrow, love, hate, desire, and fear. He described the passions as perceptions or feelings that arise from the union of mind and body, caused by movements of the animal spirits and the log. Movements of the animal spirits and the logs. In Trizo and lives and leave. Long-lasting color. Movement lives up. You have seen me so unlast. My lies you have seen. You have seen me save. We have seen me sade. You have seen my save sade. My sade sade sade. It is sade my sade sade. Caped, my upside is crackweed. I. We is it exactly it so alcad. I sip it, sick app, I goes, bitu it like I use lit, get it, I get it, as it guides to the sit to take the less stettled puppy kits to the it is get to flex to the sick the day then to the taste the sick guy passes with baby the set this agitation of the bodily organs yet experienced by the mind as distinct modes of consciousness. Unlike pure acts of will or clear intellectual ideas, the passions involve the body's mechanical responses and the mind's interpretative awareness. For example, fear is caused by rapid changes in the flow of animal spirits preparing the body to flee, but the mind experiences it as an emotion, alerting it to danger. Love arises when the spirits flow in a way that brings the body toward union with beneficial objects, while hatred turns the body away from harmful ones. In this system, passions serve a natural purpose. They orient the mind toward goods and away from evils, thereby supporting survival and well-being. However, because the mind is free and rational, it can regulate and even resist the passions through deliberate acts of will. Descartes emphasized that while passions are not inherently bad, they can mislead if unchecked by reason. A person who allows anger or desire to dominate becomes enslaved to bodily impulses, whereas a wise person uses reason to direct passions toward virtuous ends. In his treatise, The Passions of the Soul, he classified and analyzed dozens of emotions. Seeking to reduce their apparent diversity to basic principles, his approach was groundbreaking. Because he treated emotions not as mysterious forces or divine interventions, but as natural phenomena subject to systematic explanation. While still acknowledging their profound impact on human life, this attempt at synthesis allowed Descartes to preserve his mechanistic physiology while giving a role to the rational soul in governing the turbulence of the body. Critics noted that his reduction of emotions to mechanical and cognitive processes risked oversimplifying the richness of human affective life, yet his analysis provided a foundation for later theories in psychology, ethics, and neuroscience by situating emotions at the intersection of mind and body. Descartes showed how deeply human nature is defined by the tension between reason and passion, and how philosophy must account for this dynamic if it is to guide us toward wisdom. Descartes' moral philosophy was less developed than his metaphysics and epistemology. Yet it revealed how he sought to apply his method of reason to the conduct of life. He recognized that while metaphysical certainty could be pursued through radical doubt, daily living required immediate decisions and practical rules. Therefore, he proposed what he called a provisional morality, a set of temporary guidelines that one could follow while working to establish firmer truths. The first rule was to obey the laws and customs of one's country and remain faithful to the religion in which one was raised, as long as reason did not clearly contradict them. The second rule was to be firm and decisive in action once a course was chosen, avoiding paralysis by doubt. The third rule was to master oneself rather than fortune, striving to change desires rather than the external world when circumstances cannot be controlled. And the fourth rule was to devote one's life to the cultivation of reason and the search for truth. These provisional maxims allowed Descartes to live with stability while pursuing his philosophical investigations. They also reveal his emphasis on autonomy and inner freedom, for in his view, the highest good lies not in external possessions or honors, but in the well-ordered soul guided by reason. He considered virtue to consist in the firm resolution to act according to one's best judgment, and happiness to flow from the contentment of a mind that knows it has done its duty. In this sense, he shared affinities with Stoicism, which also taught the importance of self-mastery and independence from external fortune. Yet Descartes did not embrace a purely ascetic ideal. He believed passions and desires could be valuable if directed rightly, and that reason's role was to guide rather than suppress them. His ethics thus aimed at harmony between rational clarity and emotional energy. The good life is one in which the mind governs the passions in accordance with truth, and the body supports the rational pursuit of knowledge and virtue. Though Descartes never produced a systematic treatise on morality, his scattered remarks sketch a vision of ethics grounded in autonomy, rational self-control, and intellectual cultivation. Later philosophers such as Spinoza and Leibniz would expand upon and sometimes criticize this ethical outlook, but Descartes' emphasis on the sovereignty of reason over life's uncertainties left a lasting mark on modern moral thought. Descartes' philosophy of science was rooted in his vision of a universal mathematics that could explain all natural phenomena. Through clear and precise laws, he believed that the same method which produced certainty in geometry could be applied to physics, biology, astronomy, and every field of inquiry. He rejected the Aristotelian reliance on qualitative forms and final causes, replacing them with quantitative analysis and efficient causes. For Descartes, the universe is a vast machine governed by immutable laws established by God at creation and thereafter operating without divine interference. This mechanistic picture aimed to eliminate obscurity and replace speculation with deduction based on first principles. His physics described matter as extension, the property of occupying space, and motion as the primary mode of change. Thus, there was no need for mysterious forces or hidden qualities. Instead, bodies interacted through contact and motion, transferred by the laws of nature. He articulated three fundamental laws of motion which anticipated aspects of Newtonian mechanics, the first being that each part of matter continues in its state of rest or motion, less acted upon by another, the second that motion is naturally rectilinear, though it may appear curved due to the constraints of surrounding matter, and the third that, when bodies collide, they exchange motion according to determinate rules. These principles, though imperfectly formulated, marked a radical step toward a mathematical physics. Descartes also developed the vortex theory of cosmology, positing that the heavens are filled with subtle matter swirling in vast whirlpools that carry planets around the sun. While this model was later disproved, it was an attempt to explain celestial mechanics without resorting to occult forces in biology. He applied the machine analogy to living organisms, suggesting that animals function like automatons, driven by mechanical processes of fluids, nerves, and muscles. Though he reserved a special immaterial soul for humans, this mechanistic biology inspired later advances in physiology, even as it provoked controversy. His optics demonstrated how light could be explained as mechanical motion transmitted through a medium, and he pioneered mathematical treatments of refraction, reflection, and the formation of images on the retina. All of these efforts reveal a consistent project to mathematize nature by reducing qualitative appearances to quantitative relations. Although later science would move beyond many of his specific theories, Descartes' insistence that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics set the stage for modern physics and reinforced the idea that scientific knowledge advances by applying reason to experience within a rigorous deductive framework. Descartes' contributions to mathematics were among his most enduring achievements, for he sought to unify algebra and geometry into a single universal discipline, which he called mathesis. Universalist, he believed that mathematics was the clearest example of knowledge founded on certainty because its truths were derived from clear and distinct ideas that could not be doubted by extending mathematical reasoning beyond numbers and shapes. He hoped to create a method applicable to all domains of inquiry. His most famous innovation was analytic geometry, which provided a system for representing geometric figures with algebraic equations and conversely interpreting algebraic relations as curves in space. This breakthrough allowed the merger of continuous and discrete mathematics and laid the groundwork for calculus developed later by Newton and Leibniz. Descartes introduced the use of coordinates and variables, denoted by letters x, y, z for unknowns and a b, c for known quantities, making it possible to describe complex geometrical problems in algebraic terms and solve them systematically. He also developed rules for the signs of polynomial roots and advanced symbolic notation, which streamlined mathematical reasoning. Beyond these technical contributions, his mathematical vision was deeply philosophical, for he regarded mathematics as the key to unlocking the structure of reality. If matter is extension, then the relations of extended things must be expressible in precise quantitative terms. To him, the harmony between algebra and geometry mirrored the unity of reason and intuition and revealed how the human mind could penetrate the order of the cosmos. He emphasized that the power of mathematics lay not only in calculation but in method, in its ability to train the mind to proceed step by step with clarity, certainty, and rigor. This methodological role reinforced his conviction that philosophy should emulate mathematics in seeking indubitable foundations and proceeding with logical necessity. Though his mathematical system was later expanded and modified, the Cartesian approach to unifying symbolic representation and spatial intuition became a cornerstone of modern science. His insistence that algebra and geometry are two aspects of the same truth transformed the mathematical landscape and gave scientists a universal tool with which to model motion forces, growth, and all natural phenomena. Thus, mathematics for Descartes was not an isolated discipline, but the very language of nature and the most reliable guide for the intellect in its pursuit of truth. Descartes' exploration of the passions reflected his determination to bring clarity even to the most turbulent elements of human life, for he believed that emotions, though often overwhelming, could be explained within a framework that combined the mechanistic operations of the body with the guiding role of the rational soul. In his Passions of the Soul, he attempted to map the landscape of human emotions, describing their causes, their effects, and their potential for regulation within the broader project of philosophy. He defined passions as perceptions or sensations of the soul, caused, maintained, and strengthened by the movement of the animal spirits which flowed through the nerves and brain. These animal spirits, a subtle fluid circulating in the body, were the medium through which mechanical motions of the body could affect the immaterial soul. And thus he provided a mechanistic explanation of how external events could give rise to internal feelings. Yet he emphasized that although the passions originated from the body, the mind retained a capacity for judgment which allowed one to evaluate these emotions and direct them toward virtuous ends. This framework positioned the passions not as corrupting forces to be suppressed, but as natural signals that could inform action provided reason remained in control. Descartes listed 6 primitive passions: admiration, love, hatred, desire, joy, and sadness, from which all others could be derived through combination or variation. These fundamental emotions were seen as natural responses, designed to orient the soul toward beneficial or harmful circumstances, and in this sense, they were part of the divine design of human nature. But because the body operated mechanically, passions could sometimes mislead the soul by exaggerating threats or promising false goods. Thus, the task of philosophy was to teach the mind to master rather than be enslaved by the passions. He advocated the cultivation of generosity, or nobility of spirit, a moral strength grounded in the recognition of the power of free will, and the understanding that true worth depends not on external fortune, but on the proper use of reason. According to Descartes, such generosity produces tranquility, courage, and a balanced relation to the passions, allowing the individual to live in harmony with both body and soul. His moral philosophy, though less systematic than his metaphysics, nonetheless reveals a coherent vision of human flourishing, where reason disciplines passion but does not annihilate it, where freedom is exercised through deliberate choice, and where virtue consists in aligning the will with clear and distinct understanding. This view of ethics integrated seamlessly with his metaphysical and epistemological principles, for if knowledge begins in the indubitable certainty of the cogito and extends through clear and distinct ideas to truths about God and nature, then the same standard of clarity should guide action. In life, moral certainty may not achieve the absolute indubitability of mathematics, but it could still provide a reliable foundation for living well. He insisted that the highest good was the union of a clear intellect and a well-ordered will, a harmony that produced inner peace and resilience amid external changes. Passions, when properly guided, were not enemies of reason, but instruments of it, giving energy, direction, and motivation to the pursuit of truth and virtue. This balanced vision offered a path between the extremes of Stoic suppression and Epicurean indulgence. It recognized the reality of human embodiment while affirming the primacy of reason, and it expressed Descartes' conviction that philosophy should not only solve abstract problems of doubt and existence, but also teach people how to live wisely, courageously, and contentedly within the finite conditions of human life. The legacy of Descartes was both profound and contested, for while his method and principles revolutionized philosophy and science, they also provoked vigorous debate among his contemporaries and successors. Critics like Hobbes, Gassendi, and later Locke targeted his reliance on innate ideas, his dualism, and his metaphysical claims. Yet even in opposing him, they were forced to engage with his framework, thereby confirming his centrality to modern thought. Thomas Hobbes, materialist and political philosopher, rejected Descartes' dualism and argued that thought itself could be explained as motion in the body. He considered the concept of an immaterial soul incoherent and dismissed innate ideas as fictions. For him, knowledge arose only from sensory impressions processed through material operations, and he insisted that mental life should be reduced to mechanical principles in this. Hobbes provided an early challenge to Cartesian dualism by pressing the demand for a fully account. Pierre Gassendi, a contemporary of Descartes, attacked the notion of innate ideas and returned to an Epicurean view of knowledge as derived entirely from sensation. He argued that the mind is a blank slate shaped by experience, anticipating. The later empiricism of Locke and Hume. Locke himself, though writing later in the century, continued this empiricist assault in his essay concerning human understanding, denying the existence of innate ideas and insisting that all knowledge originates in sensory input and reflection within the mind. This directly contradicted Descartes' claim that certain truths, such as God, mathematical principles, or the self, are accessible prior to experience, yet Locke and others could not ignore Descartes' methodological rigor and his insistence on clarity as a criterion of truth. Thus, even opponents built their critiques on Cartesian foundations. On the other hand, Spinoza and Leibniz extended aspects of Descartes' philosophy while transforming it. Spinoza accepted Descartes' rationalist commitment, but rejected dualism by proposing that mind and body are two attributes of one infinite substance, which is God or nature, thereby resolving the interaction problem by denying the distinction. Leibniz, meanwhile, defended innate ideas, but argued that Descartes had not gone far enough. Instead of passive innate structures, he proposed active monads, each containing a complete program of its development and reflecting the universe within itself. Both Spinoza and Leibniz illustrate how Cartesian rationalism seeded entire new systems, even where Descartes' own formulations were abandoned. Furthermore, in the scientific realm, Newton's mechanics, though vastly different from Descartes' vortex theory, still owed much to the Cartesian aspiration to describe the natural world in precise mathematical terms. Descartes had cleared the intellectual space for the mechanistic explanation of phenomena, even if his own hypotheses were later displaced. His insistence on clarity, distinctness, and method became a model for philosophical practice, and his cogito became a symbol of subjectivity that continued to shape debates for centuries later. Kant would argue that Descartes had rightly identified the centrality of the self in knowledge, but had not grasped the transcendental conditions of experience. Hume would radicalize empiricism by attacking the Cartesian self as a fiction, and the 20th century phenomenologists would return to Descartes to explore consciousness as the ground of meaning. Thus, Descartes' legacy is marked by a paradox. He established the foundations of modern philosophy by opening questions about certainty, mind, body, and knowledge, but he also guaranteed that philosophy would never again return to the uncritical certainties of scholasticism. For every solution he offered generated new problems, and every principle became a site of contention, making him not merely the father of modern philosophy, but the perpetual instigator of philosophical debate across centuries. Descartes' influence on modern science was immense because he provided not only specific theories, but also a new conception of what it meant to investigate nature. For him, science had to be rooted in clear principles derived from reason and articulated in mathematical form, which meant that all natural phenomena should be explained through the laws of motion, extension, and mechanical interaction. His physics was framed as a rejection of Aristotelian scholastic categories like form and quality, which he deemed obscure and unscientific in their place. He proposed a universe composed entirely of matter, extended in space, and subject to mechanical laws. He denied the existence of a void, insisting that space is indistinguishable from matter itself, and that the universe is a plenum where every motion necessarily transmits to surrounding matter. This idea of a plenum led him to formulate the vortex theory of planetary motion, in which the sun was surrounded by a whirlpool. of subtle matter carrying planets around by mechanical currents, though Newton's gravitational theory later displaced this model. Descartes' approach showed the bold ambition of explaining cosmic order without resort to final causes or occult qualities in physiology. Descartes advanced a mechanistic view of the body, describing it as a machine governed by hydraulic and mechanical processes. He dissected animals to study the circulation of blood and the action of muscles, concluding that bodily movements could be explained without invoking a soul. His treatise on man presents the human body as a complex automaton animated by the flow of animal spirits. Through nerves conceived as hollow tubes, these animal spirits were subtle fluids generated in the brain and distributed through the nervous system, causing muscular contraction and sensory response, although scientifically inaccurate in details. This framework marked an enormous shift in thinking because it rejected Aristotelian vitalism and made physiology a mechanical science. It was in this context that he articulated his famous mind-body dualism, suggesting that while the body is a machine, the soul is a distinct immaterial substance responsible for thought and will. He located the interaction between mind and body in the pineal gland, which he hypothesized to be the central organ for integrating sensory input with rational consciousness, though later research proved this anatomical claim false. The conceptual problem he raised, the question of how immaterial mind interacts with physical body, became a central issue in philosophy of mind and continues to challenge thinkers to this day. In optics, Descartes made lasting contributions by developing the law of refraction, which is still known as Snell's law. Though Descartes independently derived it, he published the first systematic account of it in his dioptrique. He explained vision through the physics of light rays entering the eye and forming an image on the retina, and he extended the mechanical model to explain phenomena like rainbows, lenses, and the apparent size of objects. His work in optics helped standardize the study of light as a geometrical science, leading to the development of instruments like the telescope and microscope, and supporting the idea that perception is a mediated process rather than a direct encounter with external reality. In medicine, his mechanical physiology influenced generations of doctors who began to treat the body less as a vessel of humors and more as a system of interacting parts governed by laws of motion. Even though his explanations lacked cellular or biochemical accuracy, they nonetheless inaugurated the principle that biological phenomena could be studied by the same methods as physical phenomena. In this sense, Descartes contributed to the rise of biomedicine as a natural science. His broader scientific method emphasized deduction from first principles, but also allowed for empirical testing insofar as experiments could confirm or refine hypotheses. He was skeptical of uncontrolled observation, but recognized the need for careful experiments to reveal hidden mechanisms. Thus, while his own physics was eventually replaced by Newtonian dynamics and later theories, his methodological emphasis on clarity, mathematical description, and mechanical explanation laid the foundations for modern scientific practice. His insistence that nature is a lawful system, intelligible to human reason, liberated science from the mysticism and teleology of the past, and even his errors, such as the vortex theory or the pineal gland hypothesis, illustrate his pioneering spirit in attempting to extend rational explanation to every domain of reality, from the cosmos to the body, from light to life itself. In Descartes' philosophy, the passions occupy a crucial middle ground between the mechanical operations of the body and the rational choices of the soul, and he devoted his final major work, The Passions of the Soul, to their systematic analysis. Here Descartes sought to classify, understand, and ultimately control emotions, not by dismissing them as irrational disturbances as some earlier thinkers had done, but by showing that they were natural signals arising from the union of mind and quotient and body. He defined passions as perceptions or sensations or excitations of the soul, which are caused, sustained, and strengthened by the movement of the animal spirits, and which relate specifically to the soul's union with the body. In other words, Passions are mental states triggered by bodily processes, yet they inform the soul about conditions affecting the organism. The basic mechanism begins in the senses when external objects stimulate nerves which carry impressions to the brain there. The pineal gland directs the animal spirits to produce certain physiological changes such as quickened heartbeat or muscular tension, and simultaneously the soul experiences an affective state, like fear, joy, or anger. The important point for Descartes is that passions are not purely bodily nor purely spiritual, but hybrid phenomena located in the mysterious interface between the two substances. He distinguished 6 primary passions: admiration, love, hatred, desire, joy, and sadness, from which all others are derived. Admiration is the first because it involves the mind being struck by something novel and is morally neutral. It merely alerts the soul to pay attention. Joy and sadness reflect the perception of good or bad in relation to the soul. Desire propels the will toward the good or away from the harmful, while love and hatred orient the soul toward objects in the world that appear beneficial or threatening. From these primary types, more complex passions like jealousy, shame, pride, or hope are compounded. Descartes insisted that passions are natural and generally beneficial because they motivate the soul to preserve the body and seek its well-being. However, because the body is a machine, passions can sometimes misfire, producing excessive or misplaced emotions that harm rather than help. For this reason, he developed a moral psychology of regulating passions through reason. The rational soul, he argued, possesses freedom of the will, which is the power to assent or withhold assent from impulses. So although the initial stirrings of passion are not under our control, we can discipline how we respond to them. By cultivating knowledge and habits of virtue, his ideal was not suppression, but mastery, so that passions would be guided rather than eliminated. He even suggested that certain passions, like generosity, a noble disposition to use one's freedom rightly, are essential to virtue. Descartes' analysis of fear, for example, illustrates this structure. Fear arises when the animal spirits move the body into a posture of flight. The soul perceives danger and is urged to withdraw. Yet reason can evaluate whether the danger is real or exaggerated, and can redirect the passion into courage or caution rather than panic. Similarly, love can be purified by reason into benevolence or corrupted into obsessive attachment. The soul's task is to train its responses so that passions serve rather than dominate. This emphasis on self-mastery ties directly to Descartes' dualism, because if the soul is truly free and distinct from the body, it must not be enslaved by bodily impulses. But if passions are necessary, signals from the body, then they must also be acknowledged and integrated. Thus, the moral life becomes a balancing act between mechanical determination and spiritual freedom. His physiological descriptions are vivid. He describes how animal spirits rushing through nerves intensify passions, how the heart accelerates under agitation, how the face changes with emotion. These details reveal his ambition to treat emotions with the same mechanistic precision he applied to optics or physics, while still affirming that their ultimate significance lies in their meaning for the soul. In this way, Descartes created one of the earliest modern theories of emotion, uniting biology, psychology, and ethics. His account influenced later moralists and physicians who adopted his language of animal spirits and passions. Even after its physiological basis was rejected, his conceptual framework remains powerful because it presents emotions as intelligible phenomena grounded in our embodied existence, yet open to rational cultivation. He thus laid the groundwork for future inquiries into the psychology of affect, the physiology of emotion, and the ethical project of self-control. In Descartes' ethical philosophy, the central challenge is how a finite human being situated in a world of uncertainty and subject to bodily passions can nevertheless live well guided by reason and oriented toward truth. He never wrote a single systematic treatise on ethics comparable to his works on metaphysics or physics, yet scattered through his writings, and most explicitly in his correspondence, and the passions of the soul, we find a coherent moral outlook, one that combines Stoic ideals, Christian commitments, and his own distinctive rationalist psychology. At the foundation lies the recognition that human beings are composed of two substances, the thinking soul and the extended body, and that the soul, though immaterial and free, is deeply affected by the mechanical motions of the body. Hence, the ethical task is not to escape the body, but to govern the whole human composite so that reason maintains sovereignty without crushing the natural functions of the passions. His provisional moral code, formulated in the Discourse on Method, already sketches this orientation. It consists of 4 maxims. First, to obey the laws and customs of one's country and hold the religion in which one was instructed. Second, to be as firm and decisive in action as possible once a course is chosen. Third, to master oneself rather than fortune and strive to conquer desires rather than the world. And fourth, to cultivate reason by always seeking truth. This code was provisional. In that Descartes adopted it while he suspended judgment on metaphysical matters during his methodological doubt. Yet it also reveals the essence of his ethics, namely prudence, moderation, and the pursuit of intellectual clarity. The third maxim, in particular, embodies his Stoic inheritance, the idea that happiness depends less on external events, which are often beyond our control, than on the regulation of our internal responses. Descartes considered true freedom to consist in the will's ability to assent only to what is clearly and distinctly perceived. Thus, error and moral failing result when the will exceeds the bounds of clear understanding. To live well, therefore, requires training the will to conform to reason and to restrain it from rash judgments. This intellectualist foundation might seem to reduce ethics to epistemology, but Descartes extended it into a robust account of virtue. In his correspondence with Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia, he elaborated on how the soul can achieve contentment by aligning passions with rational knowledge. He argued that while passions in themselves are neither good nor evil, they become virtuous or vicious depending on whether they aid or hinder the soul's rational choices. The supreme good for man is the firm will to do what reason judges best, and this state of inner firmness he called generosity. Generosity for Descartes is not merely giving material goods, but an inward greatness of soul whereby one values freedom, rightly understands that nothing truly belongs to oneself except one's will, and accepts external fortune with equanimity. Such generosity is the foundation of all the other virtues because it gives stability to the soul and enables it to resist destructive passions. Generosity is the antidote to pride, jealousy, envy, and fear. It produces magnanimity, kindness, and courage. In this way, Descartes forged a bridge between the Stoic emphasis on rational self-mastery and the Christian vision of charity, while also grounding his ethics in the metaphysics of free will. Another important theme is the relativity of external goods. Descartes held that health, wealth, honor, and pleasure are desirable but not constitutive of happiness, because they depend on external circumstances. The only reliable good is the proper use of free will, guided by reason. When one recognizes this, one ceases to be enslaved by fortune. Even the misfortunes of life, sickness, poverty, loss, or exile can be endured with peace of mind if one has cultivated virtue and wisdom. For Descartes, then the ethical project is essentially intellectual and spiritual self-governance, but it is not cold or detached. It incorporates an appreciation for the role of passions as signals to the soul and for the social nature of human beings. He emphasized that the greatest satisfaction comes from the love of virtue and the bonds of friendship rather than from selfish indulgence. He also emphasized moderation, rejecting both ascetic denial and hedonistic excess. He believed the wise person does not eliminate passions but harmonizes them under reason, so that joy becomes the natural companion of virtue. In practical terms, this means cultivating habits of reflection, examining one's impulses distinguishing between what lies within one's power and win lines, power, and steadily directing the will to the good. Such a life is not free of struggle, but it is secure because its foundation rests on clarity, not on the shifting sands of fortune or opinion. In this sense, Descartes' ethics anticipates the modern idea that well-being depends more on cognitive framing and self-regulation than on external wealth. His philosophy of the good life thus integrates metaphysical freedom, epistemological clarity, psychological discipline, and moral virtue into a unified vision in which the rational soul reigns in harmony with, but not enslaved by, the mechanical body. The legacy of Descartes' moral and political thought is complex, because unlike his metaphysics and epistemology, which he developed in rigorous treatises, his ethics and politics are scattered in letters and remarks, yet they deeply influenced the trajectory of modern philosophy. His conception of the good life as the rational governance of the will and the cultivation of generosity inspired many, but also provoked criticism from those who thought it either too austere or too abstract. Spinoza, for example, admired Descartes' mechanistic physics, but rejected the dualism of mind and body, and thus also rejected the Cartesian conception of passions as disturbances in the soul. For Spinoza, all things, including human emotions, follow from the necessity of God or nature, and true freedom lies not in an autonomous will, but in understanding that necessity. Whereas Descartes saw the passions as mechanical influences to be mastered by the will, Spinoza saw them as modes of thought that can be transformed through adequate ideas. In this way, he radicalized and naturalized the Cartesian ethical project. Pascal, on the other hand, criticized Descartes for making human reason too central. Pascal argued that the human condition is marked by misery without God, and that the Cartesian reliance on clarity and distinctness ignores the existential needs of the heart. Pascal thought Descartes' God was a mere philosophical machine to guarantee certainty rather than a living source of grace. Thus, Pascal emphasized faith and humility against Cartesian intellectual pride. Nonetheless, Pascal's critique shows how Descartes set the agenda by making reason the measure of truth, and by proposing a moral discipline grounded in clarity. Leibniz, too, inherited and reworked Descartes' vision. Leibniz criticized Descartes' occasionalism and his doctrine of free will, but he adopted the idea that moral perfection is the harmony of the soul aligned with reason. In Leibniz's metaphysics, each monad expresses the universe from its perspective, and moral progress consists in increasing clarity of perception. Here, the Cartesian theme of clarity becomes transformed into a metaphysical and ethical principle in the Enlightenment. The Cartesian emphasis on reason as universal and sovereign helped lay the groundwork for secular ethics. Thinkers like Diderot, Voltaire, and Condorcet drew on the Cartesian method to advocate for human progress, toleration, and education, even when they rejected Descartes' dualism or his metaphysics of substance. They embraced his ideal of intellectual clarity and his conviction that rational understanding can liberate humanity. In politics, two Cartesian ideas had influenced Descartes himself. Did not elaborate a political theory, but his provisional morality of obeying the laws of one's country while using reason privately influenced later debates about the balance between conformity and individual autonomy. His insistence on methodical doubt and the sovereignty of reason indirectly supported the ideals of intellectual freedom that would blossom in the liberal revolutions. Critics, however, worried that Descartes' inward focus and his retreat into private clarity encouraged political quietism. If the philosopher is content with mastering his own will rather than fortune, then what motivation remains to reform unjust structures? Yet others saw in Descartes' emphasis on reason a call to universal equality. For if the light of reason is the same in all men, then political authority must ultimately rest on rational justification rather than tradition or force. In this sense, Cartesian rationalism became a seed for modern democratic ideals in moral philosophy. Kant later echoed Descartes' view that freedom lies in autonomy, But Kant radicalized it by grounding morality in the categorical imperative rather than in clarity of perception for Kant. The good will is good, not because of what it chooses, but because it acts from duty according to universalizable law. Still, the Cartesian notion that the will is central and that virtue requires inner firmness anticipates. Kant's moral rigorism in the modern era Descartes' ethics has been both marginalized and rediscovered. Marginalized because his sparse writings seemed overshadowed by his metaphysical dualism, rediscovered because contemporary philosophy of emotion and moral psychology finds in his account of passions a pioneering attempt to integrate physiology with ethics. His idea that passions are mechanical yet can be guided by reason prefigures contemporary cognitive theories of emotion, which see feelings not as irrational chaos, but as signals subject to cognitive appraisal. Similarly, his emphasis on generosity as the core virtue resonates with modern concepts of self-respect and autonomy in political philosophy. His influence is more indirect but real. The Cartesian demand for clarity helped inspire rationalist projects of law and rights based on universal reason rather than local custom, and his distinction between the private sovereignty of reason and public obedience to law anticipates the Enlightenment debates about the rights of conscience versus the authority of the state. Even in critiques of Cartesianism, his shadow looms, for by placing the self and its rational powers at the center, Descartes made the individual the locus of moral and political authority, thereby reshaping the entire landscape of modern thought. Descartes' philosophy left a profound imprint on the sciences of the mind and body, not only because he drew the famous distinction between res cogitans and res extensa, but also because he offered a framework for analyzing human functioning. In mechanistic yet still moral terms, his conception of the body as a machine animated by mechanical laws revolutionized medicine for centuries. Physicians and anatomists adopted the Cartesian model of physiology, in which circulation, reflexes, and bodily movements could be explained without appeal to occult forces. This mechanization of the body liberated medical science from Aristotelian teleology and set the stage for modern biology. But it also created new challenges for understanding health and disease. If the body is a machine, then health is proper functioning and disease is mechanical breakdown. This model encouraged an experimental approach to treatment, yet it also risked reducing the patient to a mechanism and ignoring the subjective experience of suffering. Descartes himself struggled with this problem because while he mechanized the body, he also elevated the soul as free and autonomous. Thus, medical ethics inherited from him a tension between mechanical explanation and respect for subjective dignity. In psychology, Descartes was both father and foil. His analysis of the passions in terms of animal spirits flowing in the nervous system became the precursor to modern neuroscience, yet his insistence that the mind is distinct from the brain challenged scientists to explain how subjective consciousness arises from neural processes. His famous thought experiment of the wax, which shows that perception of essence comes from intellect, not senses, anticipates cognitive science by suggesting that the mind actively structures experience. His idea that clear and distinct ideas are the benchmark of truth echoes in the modern notion of rational cognitive appraisal of emotion, and in therapies that encourage patients to reframe feelings by identifying distorted thoughts in this way. Descartes stands at the root of both mechanistic brain science and rationalist psychology. Moral health, too, was deeply influenced by his dualism and his ethics of generosity. Descartes conceived moral well-being not as mere pleasure or external fortune, but as the internal order of the will aligned with reason. He argued that if we govern our desires and restrain them to what depends on us, then no external misfortune can disturb our inner peace. This conception anticipates the modern ideal of resilience, the capacity to maintain equanimity under stress, yet it also foreshadows the dangers of over-rationalization if one interprets suffering only as something to be mastered inwardly. One may neglect the social and relational dimensions of healing. Nevertheless, his idea that self-knowledge and intellectual clarity are central to moral health inspired later models of psychotherapy and self-discipline. In medicine, his mechanistic theory of pain and sensation advanced anatomy, but his recognition that the soul experiences pain as more than mechanical signals opened the door to psychosomatic medicine, where the interplay of mind and body becomes essential to understanding illness in psychiatry. The Cartesian split was both obstacle and stimulus. On the one hand, dualism made it hard to conceive mental illness as part of bodily pathology. On the other hand, by distinguishing the rational will from passions, Descartes set the stage for a moral psychology that analyzed character disorders and virtues in terms of failures or successes of rational governance. Modern concepts of self-control, impulse, regulation, and executive function all trace back to the Cartesian idea that reason can and should direct emotional energy. Descartes even anticipated cognitive behavioral therapy in his suggestion that we can train our passions by repeated associations and reflections so that our emotional responses become more aligned with reason. The medical humanities to owe him a debt because his attempt to integrate mechanistic explanation with moral dignity created the space for ongoing debates about human nature. Are we machines or souls, or both? And how do we treat patients without reducing them to one or the other in moral philosophy? His emphasis on clarity as health of the mind resonates with the contemporary idea of mental hygiene, where confusion, distortion, and self-deception are seen as forms of illness, and clarity, honesty, and rational insight are seen as well-being. Thus, from neuroscience to psychotherapy, from clinical medicine to wellness philosophy, Descartes' legacy continues to shape the modern quest for both scientific understanding and moral health. Descartes' influence on the Enlightenment can hardly be overstated, because his demand for clarity, order, and method became the template for intellectual education across Europe. His 4 rules of method from the Discourse on Method: never accept anything as true unless clearly known to be so. Divide problems into as many parts as possible. Proceed from the simple to the complex and review completely so that nothing is omitted. Were not just philosophical maxims, but practical instructions for learning. They encouraged an educational culture based on rational discipline, analysis, and systematic progression, rather than on rote memorization of authorities. Enlightenment thinkers adopted these Cartesian principles to construct curricula where students were trained to question, received opinions, to analyze arguments into their smallest components, and to rebuild knowledge on a foundation of certainty. This rational pedagogy created the image of the rational citizen, a person capable of thinking independently, scrutinizing claims, and resisting manipulation. Descartes, in this way, democratized reason by showing that any person with the courage to doubt and the patience to analyze can build knowledge without depending on institutions or tradition. The Enlightenment project of emancipation through reason owes much to this model, because it provided a method by which individuals could liberate themselves from superstition and dogma through their own intellectual labor. Descartes also reinforced the importance of mathematics as the language of certainty, and so education in mathematics became central to Enlightenment schooling. The Cartesian insistence that clarity is akin to numerical precision encouraged the spread of mathematical training, not just for engineers, but for philosophers, lawyers, and statesmen who were expected to reason with rigor. The Cartesian method of doubt became a civic virtue in Enlightenment culture because it was seen as a guard against tyranny and deception by teaching citizens to suspend belief until evidence is clear. Descartes indirectly contributed to the development of democratic deliberation, where public reasoning should be based on clear principles and not on authority or prejudice. His influence extended into the idea of universal education, since if all humans possess reason, then all should be trained in how to use it, and this conviction fueled Enlightenment reforms in schooling, textbooks, and universities. Descartes' stress on intellectual hygiene, keeping ideas free from confusion, became a metaphor for civic hygiene in which societies had to purge themselves of irrational traditions in order to progress. His method also shaped scientific academies which adopted systematic inquiry, collective review, and clear communication as norms of intellectual exchange. Even the arts and rhetoric were influenced because Cartesian clarity redefined style as transparent and unadorned communication of truth rather than ornate display. Enlightenment writers praised lucidity and criticized obscurity as vice in both literature and politics because obscurity was seen as a mask for deception. Descartes therefore contributed not only to education, but also to the moral ideal of the honest, transparent citizen, a rational subject whose thoughts are disciplined by method and whose speech is a mirror of truth. His idea that mastery of the passions comes from rational reflection also became part of the Enlightenment's notion of civility, where the good citizen is not ruled by rage, fear, or prejudice, but by calm, reasoned judgment. In this sense, Cartesian philosophy was internalized as a civic ethic, shaping how societies imagined rational communities of deliberation, order, and progress. Descartes did not himself write political treatises in the manner of Hobbes, Locke, or Rousseau, yet his rationalism provided the intellectual soil in which Enlightenment political theory took root, because the very idea that individuals can doubt, received authority, and reconstruct knowledge for themselves implied a radical empowerment of the individual subject, and this empowerment soon extended beyond philosophy into politics. If the mind is free to question tradition, then, by analogy, the citizen may be free to question the legitimacy of kings, priests, and laws. His methodological doubt was like a rehearsal for political revolution, teaching thinkers that no authority, however ancient, is immune from scrutiny, and that only clear and distinct principles can command rational assent. The Cartesian subject, the cogito, that affirms its own existence independently of the world, provided a model for political subjectivity in which rights and freedoms are grounded not in tradition, but in the self-evidence of reason. Enlightenment political philosophers translated this into the language of natural rights, insisting that individuals as rational beings possess intrinsic dignity and autonomy, that no state can violate. The Cartesian separation of mind from body also influenced ideas of liberty, since freedom came to be associated with the rational will governing bodily impulses, and this mirrored political freedom as rational law governing the chaotic forces of society. The Cartesian method of building knowledge step by step on firm foundations inspired the contractual model of politics, where states are constructed deliberately by agreement rather than inherited blindly from custom. Hobbes used geometry-like reasoning to justify an absolute sovereign. Locke drew from the clarity of ideas to argue that property and rights are derived from reason, and Rousseau appealed to the general will as a rational construct of free citizens. All of these approaches echo Descartes' conviction that reason can remake order more securely than tradition could. Even the very notion of equality has a Cartesian resonance, for if reason is the same light given by God to all humans, then all individuals are capable of participating in the rational ordering of society. This justified demands for broader political inclusion, and the critique of aristocracy and privilege. Cartesian clarity also shaped Enlightenment ideas of law, for just as science must purge itself of obscurity, so too must legal codes be written in simple, clear language, accessible to all citizens, and not shrouded in the technical arcana of lawyers and priests. Descartes' emphasis on mastery of the passions also entered political thought, because Enlightenment reformers believed that good governance required rational citizens capable of self-control, not mobs swayed by fear, superstition, or hatred, and thus education in Cartesian method was seen as a prerequisite for republican liberty in the long run. Descartes' rationalism supplied the metaphysical confidence that the world is ordered and intelligible, and therefore that society too can be ordered intelligibly by laws, institutions, and contracts rather than by inherited chaos. This rationalist faith in the capacity of human reason to reconstruct not only knowledge, but also government, was one of the great engines of enlightenment. Political revolutions from the American Declaration of Independence to the French Revolution, for both documents, drew upon the idea that political authority must be justified in clear, rational terms accessible to all, and that obscurity, confusion, and arbitrary command are the marks of tyranny. Descartes may not have sought to overthrow kings, but his method of doubt and his ideal of clarity helped create a generation of thinkers who dared to doubt the divine right of monarchs and imagine a political order founded on reason, liberty, and equality. Descartes' influence on modern science was immense because he shifted the framework of inquiry from a world filled with hidden essences, qualities, and purposes to a world understood through mechanism, geometry, and law. He imagined matter as extended substance res extensa, whose nature is to occupy space and whose changes can be described mathematically. This reduction of matter to extension eliminated the Aristotelian idea of substantial forms and final causes, and instead replaced it with an analysis of size, shape, and motion, and this move allowed physics to become a science of precise laws rather than descriptive categories. Descartes' vortex theory of the cosmos, though incorrect in detail, demonstrated the boldness of applying mathematics to the entire universe. He imagined space filled with subtle matter moving in whirling vortices, carrying planets around the sun. And while Newton later disproved this model, the Cartesian attempt itself marked a transition to universal mathematical physics. Descartes also pioneered conservation principles, observing that the quantity of motion in the universe is conserved, a precursor to the modern principle of conservation of momentum. His emphasis on mechanical explanation extended to biology, where he described animals as complex automata driven by mechanical processes without rational souls. His dissections and writings on physiology suggested that nerves functioned like hydraulic tubes and muscles like mechanical springs. And though primitive, this framework encouraged later scientists to treat living bodies as systems, subject to physical laws rather than as opaque vitalist entities. Descartes even conceived of the human body as a machine controlled by the immaterial soul through the pineal gland, and while this specific detail is obsolete, the broader mechanistic vision of the body inspired centuries of medical and biological research seeking to explain life in terms of chemistry, physics, and physiology. The Cartesian project of mathematization was not limited to natural science, but became the model of what rational knowledge should be. Thus, disciplines from optics to meteorology, from psychology to economics, gradually adopted the language of clear concepts, equations, and measurable relations. This mechanization of nature carried philosophical implications because if the universe operates through impersonal laws, then knowledge is universal and objective, independent of cultural tradition or personal perspective. Descartes thereby helped create the modern ideal of scientific objectivity, where truth is grounded in what can be measured and calculated, rather than in authority or custom. This objectivity became institutionalized in scientific academies, laboratories, and experiments as scientists sought reproducible clarity and systematic doubts. Echoing Cartesian method, his insistence that we must progress step by step from simple elements to complex systems influenced experimental design and theory construction because it suggested that complex phenomena can be broken down into simpler parts, each understood mechanistically, and then recombined. This reductionist impulse became the engine of modern scientific progress, from Newtonian physics to molecular biology. Even when his particular theories failed, his methodology succeeded. For example, his vortex theory collapsed under Newton's law of gravitation, yet the attempt to provide a fully mechanical universe set the stage for Newton's superior mechanics, and his hydraulics-inspired model of nerves is now outdated. But the notion that the body operates through physical signals anticipated modern neuroscience Descartes' conviction that nature is lawful and that these laws are accessible to reason inspired centuries of scientists to trust that hidden order underlies apparent chaos and that perseverance in mathematical analysis will reveal it. In this sense, he did not merely contribute ideas, he gave science its ethos, its faith in rational transparency, and its suspicion of obscurity in some. Cartesian mechanism laid the foundation of modern science by replacing the search for hidden essences with the search for laws. By treating bodies living and non-living alike as governed by mathematical relations and by instilling in generations of thinkers the belief that the universe is intelligible through reason and experiment. Descartes' contributions to mathematics stand among his most enduring achievements because they provided tools that redefined not only mathematics itself, but also physics, engineering, and philosophy before him. Geometry and algebra were largely separate domains. Geometry dealt with figures, shapes, and constructions in space, while algebra dealt with equations, symbols, and operations on numbers. Descartes, in his work Law Geometry, fused the two by showing that curves and shapes can be described by algebraic equations and that algebraic relations can be visualized geometrically. This insight gave birth to analytic geometry, or coordinate geometry, which today forms the basis of nearly all higher mathematics. He introduced the idea of using a system of coordinates to describe any point in a plane by two numbers, and though the Cartesian coordinate system now seems obvious, it was revolutionary because it allowed geometry to be treated algebraically and algebra to be treated geometrically. Once you can assign equations to curves, you can analyze circles, parabolas, ellipses, and hyperbolas using symbols rather than relying solely on geometric intuition. Conversely, algebraic problems could be solved by interpreting them as geometric intersections of curves and lines. This marriage of disciplines created a new general language of mathematics, opening the path to calculus, physics, and modern engineering. The Cartesian plane with its x and y axes became the stage on which functions could be graphed, their properties studied, and their transformations visualized, and this provided an unprecedented flexibility in problem solving. Descartes also emphasized the use of letters at the end of the alphabet, XYZ for unknown quantities, and letters at the beginning, a BC for known constants. A notational system still in use today, his convention of exponential notation, writing x cubed instead of xxx, simplified calculations and made algebraic expressions more compact. His goal was always clarity, simplicity, and systematic reduction of complexity to manageable steps in law geometry. He applied his methods to solving polynomial equations, introducing techniques to reduce higher degree equations to simpler cases, and investigating the properties of roots. His work influenced later algebraists and became a foundation for the development of modern algebra and analysis. But the importance of analytic geometry was not confined to pure mathematics. It changed physics forever because motion trajectories and forces could now be described with equations on a coordinate plane. Galileo had studied motion experimentally, but Descartes gave tools to describe motion mathematically. In general, Newton would later use these tools when formulating the laws of motion and universal gravitation. Without Cartesian coordinates, calculus would not have emerged so quickly, and without calculus, modern physics would have been impossible. The ability to describe continuous change using functions defined on axes rests entirely on Descartes' innovation. The Cartesian system also reshaped engineering and architecture because it allowed precise design, calculations, and modeling of structures and trajectories. Before this, engineers relied on geometric constructions and proportional reasoning. With Cartesian coordinates, they could translate problems into equations and calculate directly. Descartes' mathematical clarity reflected his philosophical method. He wanted everything to be broken into simple elements, combined step by step, and expressed without ambiguity. Analytic geometry embodied this demanded took the visual complexity of curves and figures and expressed them in simple algebraic symbols. A circle ceased to be a mysterious perfect form. It became x squared plus y squared equals r squared. A parabola ceased to be merely a locus of points defined by geometric construction. It became y equals x squared. This algebraic expression of space fundamentally altered how humans conceived of geometry. Because geometry was no longer about physical diagrams drawn in sand or on parchment. It was about abstract equations universally valid beyond any drawing. Cartesian geometry thus made mathematics independent of the physical act of drawing and opened the path toward abstraction, which modern mathematics has taken to extremes. Descartes did not foresee all these consequences, but he understood that by reducing geometry to algebra, he created a general method. Applicable to any problem, the significance cannot be overstated. Analytic geometry provided the common ground where algebra, calculus analysis, and topology would eventually grow. It transformed not only the practice of mathematics, but also the philosophy of mathematics, because it demonstrated the power of symbols over intuition, and it aligned perfectly with Descartes' rationalism, since it showed that reason operating through clear rules could capture even the most complex forms of nature. His coordinate system is thus not merely a mathematical tool, it is a manifestation of his entire philosophical vision that clarity, order, and reduction to basics provide mastery over complexity, and that through reason, the infinite variety of forms in space can be brought under human understanding. One of Descartes' most famous and controversial contributions is his doctrine of mind-body dualism, the idea that the mind, K, and the body are two fundamentally different substances. The body is material extended in space, measurable, and subject to the laws of physics, while the mind is immaterial, unextended, conscious, and not bound by mechanical laws. Descartes reached this conclusion through his method of doubt. He realized that he could doubt the existence of his body, but he could not doubt the existence of his thinking, since the very act of doubting confirmed a thinking subject. Hence, the cogito proved that the mind or soul is distinct from the body and has a kind of certainty. The body lacks this division, allowed Descartes to build a model of reality where the body was essentially a machine, an automaton of flesh and bone, while the mind was the conscious observer and director of thought, desire, imagination, and will. He argued that animals were merely machines without minds, while humans possessed both bodies and immaterial souls. The implications of this dualism were enormous because it created a framework where science could study the body as a physical mechanism without encroaching on the sacred domain of the soul, and at the same time it reinforced theological doctrines about the immortality of the soul. His theory preserved both a new mechanistic science and religious belief by assigning them to separate domains, yet the challenge of explaining how an immaterial mind could interact with a material body became known as the mind-body problem. Descartes suggested that the interaction occurred in the pineal gland, a small structure in the brain. He thought this was the seat of the soul because, unlike most brain structures, it is not duplicated on both hemispheres. But his physiological explanation was vague and quickly criticized. Still, the issue he raised has shaped centuries of philosophy, because if the mind is non-physical, how can it cause the body to move? And if the body is governed by physical laws, how can it affect the mind to produce sensations? Descartes' dualism gave rise to multiple traditions. Some philosophers like Malebranche argued for occasionalism, claiming that God intervenes to coordinate mind and body. Others like Spinoza rejected dualism and insisted there was only one substance with mind and body as attributes. Still others like Leibniz proposed pre-established harmony where mind and body run in parallel. Without direct interaction, modern philosophy of mind still wrestles with this problem, whether consciousness can be reduced to brain states or whether it transcends physical explanation. Descartes set the stage for all later theories by framing The mind as fundamentally distinct from matter, his model also influenced early psychology because it encouraged the study of mental processes as phenomena separate from bodily functions. While physiology studied reflexes and mechanisms, psychology could investigate ideas, memory, and will. This separation dominated thought for centuries, and although modern cognitive science seeks to integrate brain and mind, Descartes' initial dualism continues to shape debates. Neuroscience now studies correlations between neural activity and subjective experience, but the explanatory gap, the difficulty of explaining why brain processes should be accompanied by conscious experience, echoes Descartes' original distinction. His dualism also affects debates. In artificial intelligence, if the mind is non-physical, then no machine, no matter how complex, can truly think. But if mind is ultimately reducible to brain processes, then machines might one day replicate consciousness. Many contemporary philosophers defend forms of physicalism, rejecting Descartes' immaterial mind, but the hard problem of consciousness, identified by thinkers like David Chalmers, shows how powerful Descartes' challenge remains, because subjective experience cannot be captured fully by third-person physical description. The ghost in the machine, as Gilbert Ryle later mocked it, remains stubbornly haunting modern science and philosophy. Descartes' dualism also had ethical and religious implications because, if the mind is separate from the body, it could survive bodily death, thus supporting doctrines of immortality and divine mote. His philosophy thus gave comfort to religious believers who feared that mechanistic science would reduce humans to soulless matter. Yet it also provoked criticism from materialists who insisted that thought is nothing but brain activity. Descartes' attempt to reconcile mechanistic physics with human freedom remains a balancing act. His mind-body distinction preserved human dignity by separating rational thought from animal instinct, but it also introduced a lasting puzzle that no philosophy has definitively solved. Modern psychology, psychiatry, and neuroscience still operate under the shadow of his distinction, even when they reject it, because the question of whether mind is more than brain still divides opinion. Descartes' dualism, therefore, is not merely a historical curiosity. It is the foundation of the ongoing inquiry into consciousness, identity, and the possibility of artificial or non-human minds. His legacy is the enduring problem of explaining how subjective experience arises in a world of physical laws, a question as alive today as in the 17th century. In Descartes' system, the existence of God is not an optional theological add-on, but a central pillar that sustains the entire framework of certainty. After arriving at the cogito as the first indubitable truth, Descartes realized that he could not stop there, because while he could be sure of his own existence as a thinking thing, he also recognized that his mind is finite, limited, and prone to error. If he relied only on himself, he might fall into mistakes, illusions, or confusion. What he needed was a guarantor, a foundation beyond his own frail subjectivity. This is where God enters his philosophy. Descartes developed multiple arguments for God's existence, most famously the trademark argument, and a version of the ontological argument. The trademark argument begins from the observation that within his finite mind he finds the idea of an infinite, perfect being. Descartes reasons that this idea cannot originate from his own finite, imperfect self, because an effect cannot contain more reality than its cause. The cause of the idea of God must therefore be God himself. Thus, the very presence of the idea of a perfect being in his mind functions like a trademark or signature placed there by its creator. This argument is subtle because it does not simply claim that God must exist because we can imagine him, but rather that the specific content of the idea of infinity cannot be produced by a finite being. Descartes further develops this in his version of the ontological argument, drawing inspiration from Saint Anselm. He argues that God, by definition, is a being possessing all perfections, and existence is one of those perfections. Therefore, God must exist just as a triangle necessarily has 3 angles. Equal to 180 degrees, God necessarily exists by virtue of his essence for Descartes. God is not an abstract hypothesis, but the anchor of reality. Without God, there would be no guarantee that our clear and distinct ideas are reliable, because it is always possible that we are deceived. However, Descartes insists that a perfect being would not be a deceiver. Deception arises from imperfection, malice, or weakness, and none of these can be attributes of a perfect, infinite being. Thus, God's existence ensures that when we grasp something clearly and distinctly with the intellect, it is true, because God would not allow us to be systematically deceived in this way. This theological move allows Descartes to escape the abyss of radical doubt, while the evil demon hypothesis suggested a universe where deception rules. The proof of God secures a universe where truth is possible. Descartes thus integrates metaphysics with epistemology. Knowledge is possible, not because human beings are infallible, but because God, as the guarantor of truth, underwrites the reliability of reason. This also explains why mathematics plays such a central role in his philosophy. Mathematics presents us with truths that are clear and distinct, and we can trust them. Because God, who is perfect, ensures their validity. Without God, mathematics itself might dissolve into uncertainty. Descartes also explores the concept of infinity more deeply. He notes that the idea of infinity in his mind is not something he could have constructed from experience, because experience always presents finite, limited things. His own imagination cannot stretch to infinity, yet he can recognize the infinite as something beyond limits. This recognition implies that the infinite being is prior to the finite rather than constructed from it. His thought here anticipates later discussions in philosophy about whether human beings have an innate sense of the infinite or whether it is derived from negating the finite. Descartes clearly sides with the innate sense placed there by God. Moreover, his idea of God bridges the gap between metaphysics and science. Because of God has created the world and is perfect, then the laws of nature are orderly and comprehensible. This theological assumption provides confidence in the rational structure of the cosmos. Science can proceed on the basis that the universe is not a chaotic deception, but a rational creation in which mathematical laws hold true. Thus, even though modern science often distances itself from theology, the very confidence in universal laws that made science possible owes much to Descartes' invocation of divine perfection. Yet critics from his own time, such as Gassendi, Arnaud, and later Kant, argued against his proofs. Gassendi claimed that Descartes' idea of infinity may simply be a negation of the finite, not requiring a real, infinite being. Arnaud worried about the circularity of Descartes' reasoning, known as the Cartesian circle, where Descartes seems to rely on clear and distinct ideas to prove God and then rely on God to guarantee clear and distinct ideas. Kant later argued that existence is not a predicate, and therefore Descartes' ontological proof is flawed. Despite these objections, Descartes' insistence that certainty requires a divine foundation illustrates the depth of his rationalist project, for without a transcendent guarantor, the very possibility of truth collapses into skepticism. What makes Descartes remarkable is that his God is not merely the God of faith, but the God of reason, a being whose existence follows logically from the structure of thought itself. He thereby transforms metaphysical theology into the backbone of rational philosophy, linking the finite mind with the infinite order of reality. This vision, although contested, continues to shape debates not only in philosophy but in theology, mathematics, and the philosophy of science, because it raises the enduring question of whether reason can stand on its own or whether it always points beyond itself to a foundation it cannot supply. In Descartes' system, once God's existence and perfection are established, a new problem emerges. If God is perfect and non-deceptive, then why do human beings fall into error? Why do we make mistakes in judgment? And why is our knowledge often Incomplete or uncertain, Descartes answers this by examining the faculties of the mind, particularly the relationship between the intellect and the will. The intellect, according to Descartes, is the faculty that perceives ideas, but it is limited. It can only grasp certain things with clarity and distinctness, and many ideas remain. Obscure, confused, or incomplete, the will, however, is infinite in scope. It has the power to affirm or deny any proposition, extend assent, or withhold judgment. Unlike the intellect, the will has no intrinsic limits. It is through this disproportion between the finite intellect and the infinite will that error arises. When we confine our will to only what we perceive clearly and distinctly, our judgments are true, because God guarantees the reliability of clear and distinct ideas. But when the will extends beyond what the intellect clearly perceives, for example, when we make a judgment on something obscure, doubtful, or inadequately understood, we risk error. Thus, error is not a defect in God's creation, but a misuse of our freedom. God created us with free will as a great perfection, because freedom reflects the divine image within us, but our finite intellect means that if we do not exercise restraint, our will outruns our knowledge and error occurs. Descartes insists that God is not to blame for our mistakes, because God endowed us with faculties that are good in themselves. The fault lies in our misapplication of them. The proper use of freedom is to suspend judgment whenever clarity is lacking, to withhold assent until the intellect perceives with sufficient distinctness. This is why Descartes stresses intellectual discipline, careful method, and the gradual progression of reasoning. His entire philosophical method is designed to teach us how to align the will with the intellect and thereby avoid error. This view of error is deeply connected to his theology. Divine perfection is contrasted with human limitation. God possesses an infinite intellect, and infinite will both perfectly aligned, so God never errs. Human beings, by contrast, are finite in intellect, but infinite in will. This imbalance explains our vulnerability to mistakes. Yet this very vulnerability is also a condition of our freedom and moral responsibility. Without the possibility of error, there would be no genuine exercise of free will. Our errors, therefore, reveal not a flaw in divine creation, but the dignity of human freedom combined with the need for humility and discipline. Descartes even suggests that error can be understood as a kind of privation rather than a positive reality. It is not something created by God, but a lack of perfection in the creature. When we err, we do not add something to reality. We simply fail to conform our judgment to truth. This interpretation echoes Augustine's account of evil as privation, and it allows Descartes to preserve God's perfection while explaining human fallibility. Descartes' analysis of error also has ethical and practical implications, because it means that the path to truth is not merely a matter of accumulating information, but of disciplining the will, training ourselves to only affirm what is evident, and withholding judgment when doubt remains. This creates a parallel between intellectual virtue and moral virtue. Intellectual responsibility becomes a kind of moral responsibility, because misuse of the will in judgment is akin to misuse of freedom in action. Thus, epistemology and ethics are united in his system. This doctrine also emphasizes the importance of method for Descartes' method of doubt and clear and distinct reasoning is not only a way of finding truth, but also a way of safeguarding the will from error by ensuring that judgments are restricted to what can withstand scrutiny. In this way, philosophy becomes a discipline of freedom, a training in the proper use of faculties so that human beings may live in alignment with divine truth. Furthermore, Descartes' discussion of error anticipates later debates in philosophy about the nature of freedom, responsibility, and fallibility. Thinkers such as Spinoza criticized Descartes' notion of free will, arguing instead that freedom is understanding necessity, while later empiricists like Locke redefined freedom in terms of the power to act or refrain from action. But Descartes' conception remains Distinctive because it places freedom at the very heart of epistemology. Knowledge is not simply about what is given, but about how the will responds to what the intellect perceives. In this way, Descartes elevates the act of judgment above mere perception or sensation. It is the site where truth and error are decided, and where human beings exercise their likeness to God. The infinite will within finite beings reflects divine infinity, but also marks the site of vulnerability and responsibility. Hence, the philosophy of error is not a pessimistic doctrine, but an affirmation of the dignity of free rational creatures created by God, with the capacity for truth and the challenge of avoiding error through discipline, humility, and careful reasoning. In the heart of Descartes' philosophy, the analysis of error emerges as one of the most profound junctions where theology, metaphysics, epistemology, and anthropology converge into a unified vision. Descartes insisted that God, being infinite, perfect, and supremely good, could not be the author of deception or error. For deception presupposes imperfection and lack, qualities incompatible with divine essence. Error must therefore be explained not as a positive thing created by God, but as a deficiency arising from the condition of finite beings. This leads to the crucial insight that human beings possess two central faculties of knowledge: the intellect and the will. The intellect is our capacity to perceive and understand ideas. The will is our power to affirm or deny, to choose, to assent, or to withhold assent. Each of these faculties is in itself good, because all that God creates is good. The intellect, though limited, is not defective. It is simply finite. It perceives certain things clearly, but not all things. The will, by contrast, is in a sense infinite, for it extends beyond what we can actually comprehend. We can choose to affirm matters that exceed the scope of clear understanding. This imbalance between finite intellect and seemingly unlimited will is the source of error. When the will assents only to what the intellect perceives clearly and distinctly, we never fall into error. But when the will exceeds the boundaries of clear perception, rushing to affirm or deny without sufficient clarity, error is born. This framework situates error not in God, but in human misuse of freedom. God grants us freedom of will as the highest perfection of our nature, a reflection of divine infinity within finite creatures. Yet the very vastness of this freedom makes possible the misuse of it. If God had restricted the will to the scope of the intellect, we would not err, but neither would we be truly free. True freedom requires the possibility of choosing beyond what is strictly evident. And with this possibility comes responsibility. Thus, Descartes transforms epistemology into a moral discipline. Error is not simply an intellectual accident, but a moral failing in the use of freedom. The remedy is intellectual humility and restraint of judgment. When faced with what is not clear, the responsible act is to withhold assent, to suspend judgment until clarity is attained. This is the discipline of the wise: never to affirm without sufficient grounds, never to deny what has not been adequately examined, never to let will run ahead of understanding. Error, then, is not imposed upon us by nature or God, but arises only from our rashness. It is not a necessity, but a misuse of our faculties. This analysis carries profound implications. It shows that knowledge is not only about having correct ideas, but about the proper governance of freedom. Truth is not forced upon us mechanically. It requires an active collaboration between intellect and will. To know well is to exercise freedom well. This connection fuses epistemology with ethics, making intellectual discipline akin to virtue. Just as moral virtue consists in aligning desire with right reason, intellectual virtue consists in aligning will with clear understanding. Descartes thus places the moral responsibility for error squarely on human shoulders, while at the same time preserving the perfection of God. God creates faculties that are good, but their coordination is our task. From this point, the larger Cartesian system can be appreciated in its full architecture. The method of doubt is the initial exercise of restraint, refusing to assent to what is uncertain, suspending judgment until clarity is attained. The cogito, I think, therefore I am, is the first truth discovered by a will, disciplined to accept only the indubitable. The guarantee of clear and distinct perception by the perfection of God anchors the trustworthiness of reason. The analysis of error shows how we must live out this trustworthiness, not by reckless affirmation, but by careful discernment. The rebuilding of science then becomes possible because the foundation is secure. Knowledge is no longer a fragile collection of opinions, but a structure grounded in clarity, disciplined freedom, and divine assurance. René Descartes does not leave the matter at epistemology. He situates human beings within a cosmic order. The intellect reveals a rational structure of reality. The will reflects divine infinity. Man is therefore a bridge between the finite and the infinite, a creature who, though limited in understanding, possesses a freedom that in its scope mirrors God Himself. This freedom is not merely theoretical, but existential. Each act of judgment is a moral act, an exercise of responsibility. In every moment of decision, we'll either align ourselves with truth by restraining the will to what is clear, or we fall into error by letting will outrun intellect. Life itself becomes a continuous exercise of philosophical responsibility. Consider further the relation between freedom and humility. Descartes repeatedly emphasizes the need to recognize our finitude. The intellect is not defective, but limited, and we must accept this limitation. Pride leads us to assert beyond what we know, while humility leads us to wait for clarity. Thus, error becomes an expression of intellectual pride, and truth becomes the fruit of humility. The Cartesian method, with its slow, deliberate progression from doubt to certainty, is therefore not only a logical procedure, but a moral pedagogy. It trains the mind in patience, discipline, and respect for the limits of understanding. In this way, Descartes redefines philosophy as a spiritual exercise. The philosopher is not simply one who speculates, but one who lives by the rule of clarity, who governs the will with care, who resists the temptation to affirm hastily. Philosophy becomes an ascetic practice of the mind, cultivating intellectual virtue as the path to truth. It is this union of epistemology, ethics, and spirituality that gives Descartes' system its enduring power. The conclusion of Descartes' thought, therefore, is not merely that we can achieve certain knowledge, but that we must. To live as rational beings is to take responsibility for the freedom we have received. The cogito anchors us in self-certainty. God secures us in the trustworthiness of reason. The analysis of error instructs us in the discipline of judgment, and the method guides us in rebuilding the edifice of science. At the center stands freedom, infinite in scope, fragile in exercise, divine in origin, human in responsibility. To misuse it is to fall into error. To use it well is to live in truth. This is why Descartes, often caricatured as a cold rationalist, is in fact a profoundly moral thinker. His rationalism is not an abstraction, but a call to responsibility. He insists that clarity is attainable, that truth is accessible, but only if we govern our freedom rightly. In a world of doubt, error, and confusion, the Cartesian way offers a path of certainty grounded not in external authority, but in the inner alignment of will and intellect under God. Thus, the final vision is one of harmony. God is perfect and not a deceiver. The faculties of man are good, though finite. Error arises only from misuse of freedom. Knowledge is the fruit of discipline, humility, and patience. Science can be rebuilt on the foundation of clear perception. Human life itself can be lived in the light of truth, provided we accept responsibility for our freedom. Descartes' philosophy, therefore, ends where it began, with the self. the thinking being who must decide how to use the power of judgment. But now, the self is not isolated. It is grounded in God, oriented toward truth, and tasked with living responsibly. The cogito is no longer a lonely affirmation, but the beginning of a life of disciplined freedom. In this conclusion, we see the true depth of Descartes' project. He sought not only to defeat skepticism, but to establish a way of life. His philosophy is at once a method, a metaphysics, a theology, an ethics, and a spiritual discipline. At its center is the conviction that human beings, though finite, bear within themselves an infinite freedom that reflects divine infinity. This freedom, rightly used, leads to clarity, certainty, and truth. Wrongly used, it leads to error, confusion, and illusion. The responsibility rests with us. To live as a Cartesian is to live as one who governs freedom with reason, who disciplines judgment with humility, and who anchors life in the clarity of truth. Therefore, the final word of Descartes is not doubt, but responsibility, not skepticism, but certainty, not despair, but freedom. He teaches that we are capable of knowledge, that our faculties are trustworthy, and that God has created us not to be deceived, but to know. The challenge is to exercise freedom rightly. This is the great legacy of Descartes, a vision of man as a finite creature endowed with infinite will, capable of truth, responsible for error, and called to live in alignment with divine order. The lasting power of Descartes' philosophy does not end with the structure of his meditations or with the technicalities of his method. His ideas unfold into an entire cultural and intellectual revolution. To see Descartes only as a logician or a mathematician is to miss the deeper force of his work. He represents a turning point in human self-understanding. Before Descartes, truth was most often grounded in external authorities, tradition, scripture, or inherited scholastic systems. After Descartes, truth is grounded in the activity of the thinking subject. The shift is radical. The cogito is not simply a proposition, but a symbol of a new age in which the human mind recognizes itself as the foundation of certainty. It becomes the starting point, not only for philosophy, but for modern science, modern politics, and modern culture. This is why Descartes' philosophy radiates outward. His emphasis on clarity and distinctness influences mathematics and physics, where precision and methodical reasoning become the new gold standard. His dualism, even though contested and eventually rejected in various forms, forces subsequent thinkers to grapple with the relationship between mind and body, consciousness and matter. Without Descartes, there would be no Spinoza's monism, no Locke's empiricism, no Kant's transcendental philosophy. Even philosophers who opposed him did so in his shadow, answering questions that he set on the table, but beyond influence on schools of thought. Descartes' vision speaks to the human condition in a timeless way. Every person knows the experience of doubt. Every person knows the tension between intellect and will. Every person has wondered how to distinguish truth from illusion. Descartes gives form to these questions and provides not just abstract answers, but a method of discipline. His philosophy is both universal and personal. When he writes, he is not constructing an impersonal system from a detached distance. He is describing the journey of a human being searching for certainty in a world of confusion. The meditations read less like a treatise and more like a spiritual exercise. They invite the reader into the same inner journey of doubt, recognition, and resolution. Seen this way, Descartes' philosophy is not cold rationalism, but a lived drama. The solitude of the thinker, stripped of all assumptions, mirrors the solitude of anyone confronting the fragility of belief. The discovery of the cogito mirrors the discovery of one's own irreducible existence. The turn toward God mirrors the need to anchor our finite perspective in something infinite. The analysis of error mirrors the recognition of human weakness and the need for discipline. And the reconstruction of knowledge mirrors the slow work of rebuilding one's life with clarity, In the end, Descartes offers not just ideas, but a model of intellectual courage. He dares to doubt everything in order to find what cannot be doubted. He dares to rebuild knowledge from the ground up in an age when tradition was collapsing and new sciences were emerging. He dares to place human freedom and responsibility. At the center of the search for truth, his philosophy is therefore not merely an academic doctrine, but an invitation to think clearly, to judge carefully, to live responsibly, and to align freedom with truth. The conclusion that emerges is vast. To be human is to be a thinking being, a free being, and a being capable of error and correction. To be human is to participate in truth by disciplining freedom through method and clarity. And to be human is to recognize that even in our finitude, we bear a reflection of infinity in our will, in our reason, and in our capacity to reach beyond ourselves toward truth and God. Descartes' philosophy ends where it began, in the mind of the thinker. But the mind that concludes is no longer the same as the mind that began. It is passed through doubt, through the cogito, through God, through the world, through the body, through error, and through freedom. What emerges is a mind that knows itself as finite, yet anchored in the infinite, fragile, yet capable of certainty, and solitary, yet in contact with truth itself. This transformation is Descartes' final gift, a way of seeing oneself and the world that never truly ends. Because every new generation can take up the method, perform the doubt, discover the cogito, and rebuild truth anew. When the dust of argument settles, what remains of Descartes is not only the technical structures of method or the careful distinctions of substance and attribute, but the image of a solitary mind confronting the abyss of doubt and daring to say, "I am." That declaration continues to echo across centuries, not as a frozen doctrine, but as an ever-living possibility for anyone who chooses to think with courage. The cogito is not bound to the 17th century. It is reborn each time a person, stripped of certainty, recognizes that behind every layer of skepticism, there remains the undeniable pulse of thought. This recognition transforms the cogito from a proposition into a mirror of human resilience. Descartes' philosophy, therefore, does not end in the archives of intellectual history. It lives wherever a person refuses to surrender to confusion and instead searches for clarity. It lives in the student questioning the foundation of knowledge, in the scientist demanding rigor, in the individual pausing to examine life with honesty. His method of doubt becomes a discipline of authenticity, a refusal to accept borrowed beliefs without testing them. His union of will and reason becomes a reminder that freedom must be guided by truth. His insistence on clear and distinct ideas becomes a call to live without self-deception. And yet, the legacy of Descartes is not without paradox. His dualism, meant to clarify the relation of mind and body, has haunted philosophy and science for centuries. His elevation of reason sometimes risks underestimating the richness of imagination, emotion, and community. His reliance on God as guarantor of truth has been questioned in a secular age. But perhaps this is precisely the sign of a great thinker, that he provokes not silence but dialogue, not finality but further questioning. His system becomes a horizon against which others measure their steps. Whether in agreement or opposition, the epilogue of Descartes' thought is thus not closure but opening. He does not give us a finished palace of knowledge to inhabit forever, but a set of tools with which each generation can build anew. The cogito reminds us of our unshakable foundation. The method of doubt reminds us to sweep away illusion. The clarity of ideas reminds us that truth can shine when confusion is dispelled. And the appeal to God, whether read as theology or as a symbol of the infinite, reminds us that the human mind is always oriented beyond itself. In this sense, Descartes is less a final authority and more a companion for the long journey of human thought. His voice joins the chorus of history, yet it also whispers directly to each reader. Do not fear doubt, for it can lead you to certainty. Do not abandon reason, for it is the light by which freedom is guided. Do not forget the unity of mind and lung and body, for you live both as spirit and as flesh. And above all, do not underestimate the dignity of thinking, for in thinking you affirm your being. The epilogue, then, is not a farewell to Descartes, but an acknowledgement that his project never truly ends. As long as there are minds willing to question, as long as there are souls yearning for truth, as long as there are individuals brave enough to confront the void and still affirm existence, Descartes will live on. His philosophy is less a monument of the past than a living seed planted in the soil of human consciousness. And every time it sprouts, it reminds us that to think is not only to exist, but to begin anew. René Descartes was born on March 31, 1596, in La Haye-en-Touraine, a small town in France that now bears his name, Descartes. His father was a lawyer and magistrate, and his mother died when he was just a child, leaving him with fragile health and a quiet, contemplative nature. This early frailty, combined with an insatiable curiosity, shaped him into a thinker who would spend his life questioning the foundations of knowledge. He was educated at the Jesuit College of La Flache, one of the finest schools in Europe, where he absorbed classical studies, mathematics, and scholastic philosophy. Though brilliant, he found the traditional methods of learning unsatisfying, for they left too many uncertainties unresolved. He longed for a method that could provide firm and unshakable truths. In his youth, Descartes became a soldier of fortune, traveling across Europe in the service of various armies. Yet even amid the clamor of military life, he remained inwardly devoted to thought. It was during his travels in a cold room in Germany in 1619 that he experienced the visions and dreams which inspired his project of building a new philosophical system grounded in certainty. He eventually left military life behind and devoted himself to study, settling for periods in Paris, the Netherlands, and other intellectual centers. Descartes became known for his mathematical genius. His discourse on Method 1637 outlined the principles that would guide modern philosophy. And in the same text, he revealed the foundations of analytic geometry, uniting algebra and geometry in a single system that revolutionized mathematics. Throughout his writings, Descartes sought to unify knowledge under reason, to banish confusion, and to ground truth in clarity. His Meditations on First Philosophy 1641 introduced the famous cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, which remains one of the most enduring statements in the history of thought. His works made him both celebrated and controversial, admired by some for his rigor and condemned by others for the challenges he posed to established traditions despite his reputation. Descartes remained a private man, preferring solitude and quiet reflection. He spent much of his later life in the Netherlands, where he could think and write with relative independence from the political and religious turbulence of France. His health, however, remained delicate, and in 1649 he accepted an invitation from Queen Christina of Sweden to come to Stockholm and instruct her in philosophy. The harsh northern climate proved fatal. Within months of arriving, Descartes fell ill with pneumonia, and on February 11, 1650, at the age of 53, he died, though his body was laid to rest in Sweden and later transferred back to France. His legacy lives on in every corner of philosophy and science. He is remembered as the father of modern philosophy, the thinker who dared to doubt everything and in doing so found an unshakable ground for truth. He bridged the medieval and the modern worlds, transforming not only metaphysics, but also mathematics, physics. And the very method by which knowledge is pursued. René Descartes' life was not long, but it was filled with the power of thought. From the frail boy in Touraine to the philosopher whose ideas reshaped the world. His journey reflects the courage of a mind unwilling to rest until it had found clarity. His philosophy remains a beacon, and his life a reminder that the act of thinking is itself the most enduring monument a person can leave behind.